Good afternoon and welcome to the Dandenong Club. We are here for the Premier League Grand Final between Melbourne and Altona. I am Jimmy Whitehead, Events and Competitions Manager at Events and Competitions Manager at Bowls Victoria, and alongside me is Tony Sherwell, the CEO of Bowls Victoria. Tony, how you going, mate?
Going very well, thanks Jimmy. Good afternoon, welcome everybody. What a great match, and Jimmy, I can understand a few nerves from you, given Melbourne is your club, so we'll try and keep your barrack in check during commentary.
Well, I am emergency number one, and I reckon I'm more nervous than the 16 weeks ago now. There was driving rain, as I mentioned earlier. Melbourne got over Altona by 5 or 6 airs. Bit of a nip and tuck game, one that I played in where we were sort of close at the half. We were down at the halfway point, got back close and sort of got the jump on them at the end. Then, of course, they met this time last Saturday in the semi-final. Melbourne started particularly strong that day, sort of got out to a real big lead early, 20 shots up after not many ends played, and just continued that all through and got the win by 31 shots in the end. So look, we've spoken about the game plan that we have at Melbourne today, and part of that is to start well early, because we feel we can bring some memories back into Altona's minds if we get the jump to start with.
Yeah, great insight having you here, Jimmy. Obviously inside of Melbourne Bowls Club being your club, but anything you provide, obviously we won't tell anybody, it'll all be a secret just between you, me and the thousands of people listening and watching on the stream. But hopefully no Altona people are going to share the secrets of what Melbourne has in store today.
Altona are well supported here. When we announced the teams onto the greens a couple of moments ago, I actually think that the Altona boys got a louder cheer than what the Melbourne boys did, but I'm sure a lot of warm up as the day goes on. But yeah, both teams well supported. See a lot of blue for Altona and a lot of blue and red for Melbourne.
They certainly did get a louder cheer. I mean, an incredibly strong club, Jimmy. Been around for a very long time and always there and thereabouts. And we've got 1 and 2 on the ladder here, so obviously very strong seasons for both clubs. Really does set the scene for a very good match.
Yeah, it's a very traditional rivalry, the Melbourne-Altona one. They've met in quite a number of grand finals through the years in Premier Division. Our manager, Colin Gorman, who a lot of the viewers will know, he's been around the bowl scene for a long time. He says Altona are his traditional rival.
Okay.
So yeah, a lot of history between these clubs, two very strong clubs in the past, and yeah, obviously the two strongest in Melbourne this year.
Of course, we have our umpires here today. We've got Bob Carlson, incredibly experienced ITO, International Technical Official. He is down the left of screen, if you like. And down the other end is Doug Warlow, also incredibly experienced, both stalwarts of the Victorian umpiring scene and umpired many an international and national match, so certainly in good hands in that respect.
Sure, I've seen Bobby Carlson get a few calls this week at the Under-18s State Championships, which we were running up at Bendigo East. We had a few events on this week. We had the State Multi-Disabilities at Golden Square and the Over-60s at Bendigo Bowls Club. Some cracking greens up Bendigo ways. The clubs did a great job, and so did the players. We were treated to some exceptional bowls this week. So yeah, it's bowls final season is where we're at the moment. This is pretty much the start of it. We've got region sides and champion of state pennant coming up in the next few weeks, and then state champs to top it all off at the start of May.
And then it doesn't end there, with City v Country being a new event added to the Victorian calendar.
Correct.
We're looking forward to that one, and the second last and last weekends respectively, the women's and men's City v Country. That'll enable Victorian state selectors to select the best team to represent our lovely state.
So just finishing off the second the trial ends here, and then we'll kick off with the games. It's 21 ends per rink, total 84 across the 4 rinks. And the winner will be the club with the most shots at the end of that.
And Jimmy, in the event of a tie, which we actually had only 2 weeks ago with Bundoora v Clayton, if scores are level at the end of those 84 ends, everyone comes back out on the green. We play 1 end each.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. We had both finals, both the semi-final and the elimination final at Alphington Bowls Club last week, who did a great job of hosting us with some with a fantastic green. One of the greens that is one of the 12 rinkers. So we managed to get both games on the green. And yeah, Clayton Bandora in that elimination final. Clayton scratched back to tie the game and then got over in the 4 extra ends that were played.
Yeah, it just shows you, I think, Jimmy, you know, you can be 8 or 10 shots down with a few ends to play, but you're never out of it. And you can manage to get it even back to level. That gives you the extra end for each rink.
Yeah, that's right.
Which Clayton just managed to do.
One of the things we tend to do is have a bit of a meeting in the middle. You'll see the boys, Maddie, Fluffy, T-Bone and Ange just getting in a huddle in the middle of the green. You'll see that across all the rinks. It's just a sort of a last minute pump the tyres type exercise. It's been a lot of talk today amongst Melbourne about treating it as normal as possible, recognising the fact it's a big game and recognising the fact it's what we've worked all year for, but to try and just remain as calm as possible through the game. And I'm sure that's what Maddie's saying to his boys now. Maddie's an extremely experienced bowler, has played in some of the biggest events in the world. He's played a lot of state bowls for both WA and Vic, and yeah, he'd have been here before. He'd have experienced games like this, as would Brad Peck and Liam Garlick-Adams, who are the back end of Altona on this rink. Huge experience, state experience. Yeah, they'll just be trying to keep the boys ticking over and have them as calm as possible for the first end.
Good bit of respect from both teams as well. Obviously, they're fierce competitors on the green, but you know, as they all arrived, they were all straight over to say good luck to each other. And even now at the crossover, again, the customary shake hands and wishing each other the best. I'm sure that'll all change in about 3 minutes' time, Jimmy, but so far, so good.
Yeah, both teams are pretty loud on the green. So you could hear some noise under the roof here at Dandenong Club. Crowd's starting to build a bit more now. Probably got a few more from Melbourne here. I can see some familiar faces. So it's Melbourne won the toss and gave the mat to Altona. So Altona will start us off. It will be Reed Chanter from Altona. I actually played against him over at Altona this year, and he's a pretty consistent lead. He bowled very well the day in the wind and rain when I played against him.
So give me some detail on Angelo Cardamone, Jimmy.
He's been playing bowls longer than I've been alive. That's the first fact. Very consistent lead. Has been leading for a long time. I actually, as far as I've known him in the last sort of 4 or 5 years, he's been leading for Melbourne and pretty much always in the top side. He's had a bit of a stint in the second side, probably just to gain some confidence back a couple of years ago. But look, he's about as consistent as it can get for us as lead. The front ends will play a big part today. I think the back ends of both sides are matched up pretty well. There's a lot of good experience from both sides, a lot of big game bowlers, but I think the front ends could be the difference. So let's see how we go with Reed and Angelo first up. Yeah, Reed with a pretty handy start there.
Always good to settle the nerves first with a good one that's in close to an ideal position.
100%. I don't think Ange will be two-faced today. You can see him chewing on some gum there as he steps onto the mat. Let's see what his reply is. Green's running about 15 here. Yeah, good reply by Ange. Good start by both boys. No signs of any nerves there.
And both clubs, Jimmy, have been out here practicing during the week.
Yeah.
Obviously, Dandenong Club was named as the finals venue some time ago. So they've had their opportunity once they both knew they were here and ready to go. They've had their opportunity to come out during the week, work out each rink. They would have spent time everywhere, not knowing the rink draw by that stage.
Yep. Well, our boys are here Tuesday and Thursday. So we're Altona from all accounts.
Yeah, two lovely bowls from Reed Chanter.
See on the rink next to us, Daniel Joyce has dotted one on as well for Altona, so not a lot of nerves out there so far. I think I commented earlier, I reckon I'm more nervous than the 16 on the rink for us anyway. Yeah, Ange, good reply. Good bowl, mate.
Some applause from the skiddy Matty LL.
Jason coming in 2 for Altona, formerly a Port Melbourne. He's moved over to Altona this year. Actually a skip in the midweek pennant Division 1 for Port Melbourne. So he plays on a permit, good bowl. So he's already going to be appearing in the midweek champion of state pennant at Moama next week. He could make it a double if Altona get up today.
A very busy man.
Yep. This is Fluffy for Melbourne.
Why would they call him Fluffy, Jimmy? Just looking at that hairdo. Anything to do with that?
The worst haircut in bowls, and I told him I was going to say that on the screen today as well. So he has been around the Melbourne club for about 10 years. Very good start by Fluff. Has played in the second side for majority of that, and this season was asked to step up. He's been the vocal point of the second side for Melbourne for a long time. Skipped over in that team. And he's been asked to make the big step up this year and has played real well. This is a sensational start. That's a top bowl, that is, by Jason. Just trading the jack back. Altona holding 3. You see Lala calling Fluffy on a couple of feet through sort of shot. Sit and stay, get amongst them bowls. There's a bit of a port underneath the other bowls on the left. See, he's playing with a bit more purpose. He likes it. He does like it. He'll get up and about if he plays a good shot here, I can tell. What a bowl by Fluff. That'll settle any nerves he had.
Well, you certainly see some feeling in this match, don't you? Straight away, end one. I think we've had a grand total of 4 bowls from each team. And there are high fives. Some very loud voices. We are in for a cracker.
So Liam, 3rd for Altona here. He's won the Alice Shield with Victoria before, state bowler. I don't think you'll see too many nerves from him. Let's get a bit of a stalk on after it. Probably just be looking to sit the bowl or jack, either or. Just a bit quick with that one. Probably wanted a couple of feet less weight. It's T-Bone coming down for Melbourne. Tommy Lester.
Most famous of all the Lesters, are you? Is that correct, Jimmy?
Yeah. He's got his other brother somewhere up in Queensland. I got no doubt he'll be watching along today.
Of course, brother of Australian stalwart, if you like, these days, Barry Lester. He will be watching with interest. Of course, we liked him a lot more when he was Victorian before he moved up to Queensland, but we still like him a heck of a lot. One of Victoria's best ever. So let's see how Tommy goes with his first one.
Urging it to get on a little bit. He could sort of give it a stamp. He's probably trying to get back to them 2 at the back just to cover the sort of rake of the jack from Liam or Brad. His pace wasn't too bad. He probably just wants to tighten his lineup with his next. We call T-Bone the live stream man because he wants everything live streamed in bowls. So I'm stoked he's on our streamed rink today. And you know what? It's his birthday.
Oh, wow. Happy birthday. What would T-Bone be? Is he 21 or?
Oh, I don't want to guess in case he watches this back. 35.
We'll settle with 35.
Don't think he's got the weight here.
Well, probably not quite there.
So T-Bone now, there's a 2 shot options for him. He can try and play what he did before, tighten his line and get to them 2 back bowls, or he can try and draw a front toucher and hide the jack behind Fluffies and hold 2 for Melbourne. I'll sort of be interested to see which shot he picks out the 2. Yeah, he's played it well. He's played it very well. He sort of had a look at both of them options there, but he has covered the rake a bit. Brad Peck can probably attack. Brad has a pretty fierce drive on him. I don't think we'll see it here, but he does have a fierce drive. comes Brad, playing with some pace. He's looking to land something, bowl or jack. Just drifts wide. Gives himself another option with that weight. He can now look to trail the jack with a similar pace of his last and hold 2. I think Matty will just be trying to get there first. Matty low. Very experienced bowler.
Born in Geelong originally, Jimmy, but played many games for WA as one of their key skippers for a number of years.
Just a bit wide, I think, coming down here.
He didn't quite like that out of the hand. You could see a little grimace on the face.
Pretty handy singles player this year, Matty.
He beat some very good players on the road to the club title. I think the final, not sure how he got over that one.
Got lucky.
Got lucky.
Nah, he bowled very well against
He did.
myself in that singles final, Melbourne. Here comes Brad. He's getting a bit of a jog on after it, so he locks it. I think he's going to be high as he comes down.
A little high.
Matty will try and probably outdraw at the back for 2.
Of course, that's Fluffy's red bowl there. So
ring-
holding one.
The rink next to us, which is Curtis Hanley against Dan McKinnon. That was a killed end then. Looks like D-Mac just smashed the jack off the side of the rink, so that one will be replayed.
End one and killed.
Yeah.
Could set the scene for what's going to happen today.
Curtis did say on the bus here, 42 bowls, but actually probably it won't be more 42, it'll be more like 60, so yeah. Tommy likes it. Here comes Lala. Lala's after it too. Wants to settle a bit. Yeah, great bowl, Lala. Right down. Good start by Melbourne.
Great bowl.
Two 0 to Melbourne.
It's the first score we've seen on the board, Jimmy. Obviously the killed end next door.
Just looking over at rink 4, which is Brett Foley against Brett Spur. Just trying to pick the bowls out there. I can't see too many of ours in the head there, to be honest.
Strong conference by the Altona boys, though. They're obviously plotting something. Shout out to some of our viewers watching from around the world. Roger Greens watching from Seattle, Washington, USA.
So Benny Fern, Cactus on rink 3, picking up 1 for Melbourne.
See Reed Chanter on the mat now. Obviously 2 cracking bowls in the first end. Needs a little bit more legs here. Not a bad opener, a little short.
Yeah, some room. And you'll want to correct out.
Doesn't look like too much phases him, Angelo. He's, as you say, chewing the gum and seems a very calm gentleman.
Yeah, he's one of the stalwarts of the Melbourne team. He's been around for a long time. Him and Barry McGregor over on rink 3 for Melbourne. Pretty sure someone said on the bus today it's Barry's 15th grand final or something with Melbourne.
Wow.
I don't know if they're all Premier League, but he's been consistent for a long time. Sperry likes it. I think he's just dropped short.
Good mix of experience and youth or enthusiasm.
Yeah.
It's probably what every team needs. You need some cool, calm, wiser heads. As Reed Chanter picks up where he left off in rink 1. Always sets the scene for later on. If you can have your front end players peppering the jack like that, certainly going to help a lot.
So Axel picking up 2 on his rink against Spurry. Yeah, Fluffy looks good here, just wants to finish off. Yeah, very good bowl by Fluff. He's 3 rippers for him. Any nerves he did have, I know I sat next to him on the bus and he was talking to me more than normal, which was a sign of him being nervous, and he doesn't mind a chat anyway, so
Lynn Bonney just sending her best wishes and good luck to Ben Fern, a former member of Melton.
Yeah, he's a great kid, Cactus. Lives over in Melton, has bowled for a couple of clubs over there. I know he was at Sunbury and Mount Cottrell at one stage of his career, very early. There's a few of our boys from over that way, the young brothers, Bryce and Maddie, are ex-Bacchus Marsh players, and they live over that way.
When you say the young brothers, you're actually meaning that's their surname,
Yeah.
and not just a reference to their age.
Yeah, Bryce and Maddie. Although when I'm 32, I am one of the older players in the Melbourne team. Normally, I'm in the top of half of the age. We've got a lot of young 20-year-olds, but with a lot of bowls experience though. A lot of them have come through junior ranks. The two Hanley brothers, Curtis and Kane. Raymond Coulter bowling a very good bowl over on the rink next to us on rink 5 to get shot. Probably from where we're sitting looks to be 1 to Altona here on this rink. Here's T-Bone. Probably wants to try and get down a Fluffy's bowl and get inside it or sort of roll it on the outside. Oh, Bryce Young on the rink next to us has just drawn an absolute bomb. T-Bone just missing down here. Be a little quicker than what he wanted as well. Comes Liam. He's probably trying to play a similar shot to what T-Bone was playing. He looks short to me though on the arrival.
T-Bone got two options here, Jimmy. He's got the Reed Channer's bowl or come off Fluffy's bowl onto.
I think he's looking for Fluffy's bowl, to be honest. I think that's more the shot from this angle anyway. It's always hard to call it. He logs it. He's normally pretty accurate when he chases a bowl down. Oh, just gets hand. He's calling it to hold. Yeah, just goes under. Very good effort. Good effort. Gives a bit of a stare over here. I think he thought that was very close.
Interesting to see Curtis Hanley on the rink over using black bowls. Not exactly usual these days.
There's a couple over there. I think Reed, the third for Altona. Not Reed, Raymond, Ray. Plays with black bowls as well, but yeah, you're right.
Wasn't too many years ago where everybody was using black bowls. Some brown, I guess.
Here comes Brad Peck. Just to get under T-Bones there. Just crashes the outside. I don't know if that changes who's got shot. It's hard for us to see who's got shot sitting from the side of the green as we are, sort of middle of the rink.
Probably helps the cause for Matty Ellul though.
Yeah, it's more of a wall to walk off now. I'm just looking at it on the screen. I can actually see it's pretty clear, the shot for Altona. T-Bone logs it. Calling it to hold again. Oh, he's kicked the jack over. Yeah, it's gone close. So give him a few pats. So maybe he did get shot then. Brad just going back to down to have a look. Turn to the mat. Altona picked up 1 on the ring.
Playing with weight.
He is. Oh, he might have got shot out of that. Yeah, you noticed no reaction from Altona there. It's obviously didn't mean for that result to happen, and it's probably the way it should happen when it's accidental. Just ignore it, move on.
Certainly one. Looked like they agreed on one, did they?
So on to Altona on that one. No, was it 2? Another good start by Reed Chanter there. He's started off pretty well in this game. He's a foot or two, couple of feet short. Yeah, good reply by Ange for Melbourne.
So Altona in front overall, 6-3.
Reed just be looking to add that foot or two there. Yeah, he's close. Yeah, good ball. Angel, similar sort of ball. If you can pick the jack up on the way through, even better. Get the toucher.
And just asking the Altona boys to move out of the way of the peg or wherever he's taking his line from.
Yeah.
Of course, they oblige straight away.
He had a very good game last week, Ange. Yeah, good balls by Ange.
Yep, one on, one behind.
Can see in the shot just behind where Jason's bowled there that the bloke standing up with the D shirt behind, that's our president, Rick Lawler. If it's my guess, he's drinking a gin and tonic. And to the left of him, we might not be able to see him because of the pole. That's Arnie O'Brien.
Absolute stalwart of the club. Of course, a former Bowls Victoria president. State selector for many, many years.
Put his name into Google, you'll find out all about him.
Yep, all-round nice guy. Still throws them down pretty good too, Jimmy.
Skipping in our Division 1 side. A pretty good record last year. They stayed up towards the end, so we kept them in Division 1, which is great. It's a bit tight by Jason, sprayed a couple there. Just probably over-adjusted with that second. So what Fluffy can do here, he's had a pretty handy start. Oh, great ball by Fluff. Huge. Real good ball.
Tracks the jack straight back into Ange Katamoni's for 2. Lovely, lovely ball.
Exactly what Lola would have wanted him to do. Yeah, considering I think I mentioned earlier, he seemed a little bit nervous on the bus this morning. He's settled right into his routine here, and he's had a few rippers early on.
Does Melbourne pick up another couple on the Ben Fern rink? Early days, but closes the gap to just 1 on the big board.
can hear Spurry in the background there. Never quiet. Tell you what, it's the only T-Bone with an absolute ripper. That's 3 Melbourne balls around the jack there. I've just been texted by someone from one of the players from Melbourne. I've just been texted by his partner, who's just reminded me of an exceptional story about Fluffy. Actually, we played in the Divi 2 section final last year to get promotion into Divi 1, which we've been trying to get that side in for years. And I think I mentioned, is the stalwart of that second side. He'd skipped for many a year there, been a part of many finals. I think he was so nervous on the way to the game on the bus, he threw up on himself. So he had no spews today, which is great.
He's obviously found a way to calm those nerves.
I completely forgot about that. It's a good story for the bus on the way home.
So T-Bone just assessing his options now. Melbourne with a nice little grouping around it. It is a bit of a target.
There are some bowls in front which sort of blocks some access in. There is a bit of a port.
A little bit of a port in between Fluffies.
I think if he hits them, it's killing the jack. Oh, it's T-Bone. Yeah,
It's
right.
flirting with danger, but no damage.
Got to play with a bit of weight here. I'll just be looking to make something happen.
He's
He made something happen. He might have even got shot out of that. Great bowl. He has a tendency to always find the big bowls. I remember him trailing a bare jack against us for sort of 2 down to 5 up a few weeks ago. A big game player.
There's no bigger game than today, of course, the Premier Division Grand Final for season 2021.
Well, Matty's got a bit of room to draw. He'll come on the forehand. Even if he sort of stays high, he'll just want to get his weight right. Oh, can he get through the gap? Yeah, probably a couple of feet more next time.
Didn't look like he loved it as soon as he let it go.
He always has a grimace on his face.
Yeah, true. Well, after Bradley Peck played a great shot to disturb the head earlier, let's see if he can convert to the draw.
Looks like Altona are holding a few on the rink next to us. Curtis Hanley. Here's Brad with the draw. Yeah, top class that.
A pretty
top
good
class.
track.
From drive to, wow, 3/4 drive to draw.
It'll essentially be the track that Matty Hill will be looking for.
Yeah, he's got the bowl to sit, so he can afford to make sure he's arriving. Where's he gone here?
Oh,
Come on, Lola. Great bowl. Come straight over to the commentating table there. I thought he was going to jump and give me a high five over the table. Great bowl. He's a good mate of mine, Lola. Big bowl. Another big game player.
T-Bone just checking if he can make 2 out of it. Certainly 1.
I think he went 2 with his signal then.
Went 2. 3.
3 to Melbourne. Huge, well done, Lola. Great ball. Oh, well, Lola. And on that rink next to us, I think Altona were holding 4 or 5, and Curtis has killed the end with a big drive.
Brad Marin says, hello, Jimmy Whitehead.
Hey, Brad. Seen him a few times this week up in Bendigo with all the events.
He did. He coached Tommy Ristic to a win in the over 60s men's singles.
He did. Spurry picking up a 2 for Melbourne over on rink 3. Trying to keep abreast of all the scores. As I'm sure anyone who knows who's watched the Pennant game, it's hard to go with all of them.
Ange, not a bad little opener again. Just a couple of feet behind. Reed will be a little disappointed with that one. He's been pretty good so far, but just a little short.
Yeah, he's flipping Ange over under the backhand. Low. Yeah, good balls by Ange Cardamone. Said if he had a good game, I'd sing his song later on as well. We've got to be winning to do that, I think.
Can't ask for too much more to have a couple of balls behind the head.
Especially with Jack towards the end of the line. Good reply. Each by Reed. Yeah, Brad signalling he's got shot there.
Maureen Leighton, obviously a Ange fan, saying Ange is a Melbourne legend. See if the legend can grow today.
A big call in a club that's the oldest in Australia, but I would agree, he's a legend. Bit wild by Fluff there. Pace was pretty good. Be okay with the pace if he can fix his line next one. So we spoke about it earlier in the stream, but having been part of all the team meetings this week with Melbourne and the huddle this morning, I know a game plan of ours was to first 20 ends, we break our games down into quarters. Obviously, 20 ends team total, but 5 ends in each rink. We were very focused on the first quarter after getting the jump on Altona last week in the semi-final. We were wanting to get out to an early start again today. So far, we're 12-6 up after 10. It's sort of half of the first quarter done. If we can match that in the second half of this first quarter, I think we'll be pretty happy with our efforts to start with.
As you say, so far so good, Jimmy. If anybody is in the area, we are at the lovely Dandenong Club Bowls Club. There are still some seats here, some great facilities, of course. We're playing undercover, so the weather is largely taken out of the equation. We might get a little bit of wind, but we won't get any rain.
Pretty average day in Melbourne as well. I mean, we're sitting here in T-shirts. It's probably not that cold, but very grey behind us.
It is a little gloomy out that side, but all the focus for us, of course, is on the 4 rinks in front of us, Melbourne v Altona.
Jesse Turnbull from Queensland saying go D's. He played with us 2 years ago with Dozier and Sean Baker, who came down. Tremendous blokes, them 3. T-Bone looking to draw a shot here. He's half chasing it. From where I'm seeing, he looks slightly tight. 21 ends in this game per rink, so 84 total. There's a few different variations of pennant, not only in Victoria but across the country. So, yeah, 21 ends per rink. Here goes Liam Garlic Adams, a third for Altona. Coming down on the backhand.
Too bad of a track.
Pretty good.
Great just bowl. Inside. Yeah,
very good bowl.
Very
good bowl.
Now Brad Peck's sort of thought they had shot anyway, so that'll be 2 if that's Brad Peck's call was correct. Of course, T-Bone still has 1 to come.
He'll follow down on the backhand. I think he'll probably try and replicate that bowl of Liam's. Ross the boss watching from Noosa. Ross from...
it's a good life, isn't it?
Dandy Club. Should be down here working, Ross.
Ross, obviously the GM here at Dandenong Club. A lovely fella. I'm missing him today. He's probably got 25 degrees of sunshine and laying by the pool having a...
Pina colada.
Pina colada.
T-Bone's after this. He likes it. He's close. He's very close. Oh, got to walk off that front bowl. Flops down.
Not out of it.
Oh, he's
really
definitely
good for second.
Yeah.
Cuts the margin. Gets quite excited, T-Bone. He actually moves pretty quick.
So over on rink 3 for Melbourne. Looks like Cactus. Benny Fern has picked up a 5 to take an 8-0 lead on rink 3. Having been part of that rink this year, we've never been the leading rink. We've never sort of had the best win or the... Been fairly consistent, so he'll be stoked with that start. Hopefully he can keep that going.
It's a great start. Of course, he's up against Nathan Wilson, former Australian Open singles champion, among a host of other titles, I should say.
Missed last week's game for wedding of his brother.
Came back in for the Sunday, missed the Saturday against Melbourne, but came back in to get the job done over Clayton to make today's final. A very, very talented man.
A good bloke to boot. I think Maddie will just be looking at drawing on the backhand here. There's still some room. You can sit on T-Bones, get shot. Don't think he likes this. A bit wide. Pace was okay.
Fluffy sort of fell for the same. Couldn't quite get back in from this side of the rink, so there'll be a bit of an adjustment on the next one from Matty.
The boys did say after a couple of practices here that there was definitely a wider hand and a narrower hand, but not by a considerable margin. It was sort of just a little subtle. So maybe it's one of them where if you slightly overpace, it just hangs out and turns right at the end.
Pleased to see we've got Bradley Gibson Saturday sorted. Happy to oblige, Bradley. Glad you're enjoying what will be a cracking match.
Brad's asking it to get down a bit. He's sort of doing a bit of a turn. Always close.
You can sit inside the T-Bone bowl. Just a touch too much.
I don't know if he's... T-Bone signalled down.
Down, but I think he might have pushed one out and one in, so no real change. Of course, that is a long way, so all of my calls come with a disclaimer. Could be completely false.
Yeah, we're sitting to the side of this rink that we're streaming. Here he goes, Lolo. He played a big bowl last end to get 3 for Melbourne. The boys like it. They're asking it to run. They're asking it to run. All right.
Not quite the legs, but
good effort.
Great effort nonetheless. Pat just telling us that Liam Garlic Adams started in bowling down at Neerim District.
Yes, Pat is the current women's fours champion, state champion in Victoria. She won that down in Warrnambool in January. good little club in the Nerim district. Freezing cold. And a couple of times I've been there. Off towards the Boars.
Andrew Fern cheering on Ben Fern.
Brett Foley picking up a 1 over on rink 4.
No change there from Brad Peck. The Altona boys pick up a 1. They trail 3-5.
I might have to call for a jumper here. I'm getting pretty cold. There's a bit of a breeze coming behind us.
Just sort out a little crocheted rug for Jimmy's knees.
I think I'd be used to it, but
You would think the Birmingham boy would not complain about the cold here when it's 18 degrees, but
that's why I moved here. I didn't move here to be cold. Ange just asking Liam and Brad to move off the peg again.
too engrossed in the rink next door to them.
I think the
took a little while to understand.
I think they're caught in between a rock and a hard place, because I've asked them to stand off the middle of the green because camera.
Yeah, it can take a little bit of getting used to having a streamed match. Players, of course, advised not to stand in the centre line and block the camera view, which ordinarily, Jimmy, for 18 weeks and a couple of weeks of finals, that would be exactly where they would be. A little adjustment required. Some famous names watching, Jimmy. I saw Tash Van Eldick was watching earlier, and now Nathan Rice. Lurchy's just joined us. One of the better players Australia's ever seen.
Fluffy coming on the forehand, I reckon. Try and draw the shot here. He can sit the wide bowl of Reed as well. Maddie's half interested in it. Can he sit it? Very close. Ooh, just under.
Not a bad home. So we finally got a jumper for Jimmy, so he'll stop shivering. I'm okay, thank you. Jimmy, you mentioned Melbourne break the game down into quarters, if you like, and the first 20 ends where probably only got about an end to go on each rink to get to that mark. Currently 17-10. They'd be relatively happy with the start they had.
Yeah, well, we wanted to take the first quarter. We do a thing where we'll count back on the cards across the 16 quarters. Obviously 4 rinks and 4 quarters of the 21 ends. And we total up and look at how many quarters we've won, and we sort of have key quarters, which is the first quarter and the end quarter, but we like to win or at least even the middle quarters. So yeah, it's a tactic of ours. It's somewhat driven by Bryce, actually. Bryce Young. He's into that stuff, and he goes through the cards after, and yeah, we We've been doing that all season. It's worked well for us, obviously. Finishing his minor premiers. Yeah, good ball by Liam again. He's starting to find his range a bit now. It's 2 ends in a row. He's got a couple of rippers.
So Bryce is the brains behind, the statistician behind the team, is he?
Oh, look, I won't use the word brains, but...
You will get yourself into some awful trouble today if your teammates watch this back.
I'm keeping a nervous eye on all the Melbourne players. I can see a bit of a kerfuffle going on over our T-bone here. Just going to drift. Bit of a kerfuffle going over on rink 3. One of our old guys, Barry, we've probably got, I say old guys, over the age of 40, we've probably only got 2 players, maybe 3. And as first emergency, I'm nervous that nothing's not happening to him. He looks all right. I think he's just getting a drink, but I definitely don't fancy jumping in at any point here.
Straight in off the commentary booth.
Oh, jeez. My worst nightmare.
Liam Garlick-Adams.
He put a second in.
It's like not a bad track. Needs to flop now.
Yeah, 2 good bowls. There's a couple of bowls to sit for T-Bone there. His weight on his first was pretty good to do what he's trying to do.
What are we looking for from T-Bone here, Jimmy? What's the shot?
Well, they're weighing a couple up. From where I'm sitting on the side of the rink looking at the head, I think he's playing similar weight just to sit one of them 2 bowls of Liam. And if he gets Jack, he'll go with Jack. At the pace he had with the last bowl, that's sort of 2 feet over. That's how I read the head from here. It'll be interesting to see what he does. Him and Matty Alol did have a bit of a conference just in front of the head. Yeah, he's lining up forehand the way he's got his bowl in his hand. Similar pace bowl to his last, and he can't go too much wrong here. Is he making a mockery of me here and going for a drive?
Looks like he might be shaping up for a bit more pace.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, there you go. He doesn't like it straight out of his hand.
Pulled out of it straight away.
Yeah, a bit wide. Pretty attacking skip is Matty Alol. So it doesn't surprise me he's called for a bit of weight. But for me, from where I'm sitting, he sort of had good pace to sit one of them bowls of Liam with his first. Maybe he could have gone that again, but...
Yeah, Matty will certainly back himself. Very confident player, as you say.
He's a confidence player as well. And he's definitely up and about this year. He's won the Sandbelt singles, Sandbelt region, Melbourne competing down here. So he's off to State Champs Week. Another one over on rink 4 for Benny Fern against Nathan Dogger Wilson. So it's 9-zip to Melbourne over on rink 4. It's a good start by Cactus and his boys, RJ, Barry and Kane Hanley. So it's 18-10 overall. Ooh, Brad.
Bradley Peck will not be pleased with that result.
I can't even see the Jack from where we're sitting now. I'm just waiting for it to come up on the screen and have a look.
But Jack's probably split between Anger's bowl and T-Bone's bowl, so...
Yeah, looks to be Melbourne holding from what we can see on the screen. RJ leading off well on rink 4 for Melbourne. RJ Bywaters.
Putting the pressure on the Altona boys straight away, isn't it, with leading like that?
9-zip. We can keep that rink going. Matty coming forehand, he's telling T-Bone he probably had a couple of options.
Colin Davis certainly up and about. N1, he pumped out the volume quite loud, and he's done it again now.
He's always up and about. He was up and about on a wet Saturday a few weeks ago, so he's definitely going to be up for today. I think Lola's trying to get to that wide bowl out there, get inside. He's just going to drift around though. Yeah, RJ put in 2 on over on ring 3. The leads have all been pretty good today. Whenever I've looked across the 4 rings, they've all started relatively well.
Probably a good reason, Jimmy, why these two teams are in the grand final. Good front ends, certainly sets it up.
100%. It's like a 1 to D-Mac on the rink next door.
They look relatively happy with the Curtis Hanley bowl, but perhaps they were down a few and cut it back to 1 down. Brad Peck puts his hands on his head after that one. Had all the options in the world, but the bowl just sneaks through the gap.
There's Ange getting involved in the conference here. What to pay? It's something we do as a team as well. Melbourne, the heads are always. It's more of a conference between all 4 players rather than just skipping third. I've played second 8 or 9 games this year, and I was involved in a lot of calls of the head. I came up from skipping from the second side, and Cactus would pull me and Kane in, and even the lead RJ sometimes. It's sort of a what do we all think is the best shot?
I don't mind that. More information you get, different perspective, might just be the difference.
Everyone sees things slightly differently as well.
Has Matty got the legs here or not quite?
Nah, he's short of the head.
They didn't really want to disturb it.
Melbourne pick up 2. Start by this rink of Melbourne.
We played 5 ends. It's been Melbourne winning the first, Altona winning the second, Melbourne winning the third, Altona winning the fourth, and now Melbourne. So, I'm not a betting man, Jimmy, but if I was, Altona will win this end. Some viewers from all around Australia joining us. Warren Downey, who's in Bundaberg in Queensland, and John Chance and Victor Harbour in South Australia, both very nice parts of the world.
One of our RBMs, Paul Holchke, down here.
He is. He's agreeing with what you are saying, Jimmy.
Most people do.
Of course, our Regional Bowls Manager program can help your club. If you're in need of any help, whether it's for gaining new members, writing constitutions, applying for grants, whatever it is, look up your Regional Bowls Manager. If you don't know who it is, they are displayed on the Bowls Victoria website, www.bowlsvic.org.au.
Or the BA website if you're watching from interstate. The RBMs cover every single bowls club in the country.
Correct. All provided free of charge. Hands just a touch short with his first one. Reed Chandler gets down nice and low and stays low through the delivery.
Always has his backwards hat on whenever I've seen him play as well.
He does. Needs to just hurry a little. Not a bad line.
It's amazing how a facility like this, which is state of the art, the roof, lots of viewing areas, they've put seats on green level across on the rinks not being used and some matting down, and yeah, everyone seems to congregate right at the back, by the bar I might add, but
yeah, there's often a preference to stand and watch bowls, isn't there, as opposed to sit.
it's crazy.
I must admit I do it myself, so I don't quite know why that is. But Matty Green watching from Canberra. So there's a beautiful day there.
Matty Green is one of our selectors at Melbourne. Good bloke, moved it to Canberra for work, but still travels down to play for the D's. No doubt you'll be watching with your shirt on at home, Matty. I know what you like. Came fully dressed in kit from Canberra last week down to watch the semi-final at Alphington. Fluffy, a bit of a wild one there, short and tight.
Yeah, he'll want that one back.
He just needs to resettle. He's sort of, that's the first 3 ends he was right on it.
Very good early. Alphington Jimmy was a great host for the 2 finals. They lovely grass green, 1 green of what, a dozen rinks or thereabouts.
Correct.
Meant we could have both games on the 1 green.
It was appalling conditions
It was
last
a
week.
freezing cold day.
But the green still ran good. I know all the guys who played in it. Good comments from it. They did a good job of hosting.
Yep.
Put a good barbecue on at the bar open and lots of volunteers.
Fluffy corrects a little, just through, but not a bad home.
Be okay there.
We really haven't had a hot summer at all. Probably no big surprise that we've got a few cool days in mid to late April.
By
Chase, not a bad bowl there. Bishop.
His nickname Wobble.
Wobble. Dare I ask where he gets that nickname from?
I don't know, and I probably don't want to ask that question either.
Might be one for off stream. Paul Hopsky just telling us he's watching from the sunny Gold Coast. He is up there on a couple of days of well-earned leave. We'll be taking the family to SeaWorld, I think, from memory, Jimmy.
Oh, awesome.
Of course, his young son Jaden will be having the time of his life up there. Paul will be sitting there watching the Dolphin show with the mobile phone out, watching the stream. So everyone's happy.
T-Bone trying to draw in on the forehand. He can probably afford to be slightly on the tighter side, land the blue bowl, get the jack. His pace looks good. It's good to connect to something. Just wants to hold though. Kind of run into Ange, and I think Brad's just called Liam on a shot on the forehand, sort of just coming past where the jack and the bowl is. There's 2 Melbourne bowls behind the kiddie towards the ditch, so he'll probably just be looking for a bit of cover back there.
Not a bad little grouping on the rink next door too. There's a couple of short ones, but other than that, there's about 4 or 5 in very close proximity.
Yeah, it's a sort of surface and facility where you should be able to see some good bowls. There's no real wind affection. There's no rain to worry about. Yeah, Liam sort of achieving roughly what Brad wanted there. Sort of a bit of more cover at the back. It was just 2 Melbourne bowls there. Matty Alol's called T-Bone to sort of reach up, make sure he gives himself a chance. He'll probably be looking similar pace to what Liam just played. If he can land the blue that's by the side of the jack, I mean, get the jack go with it to the 2 Melbourne bowls, it's all good. Sort of a percentage bowl, this one. Just chasing it. Wants it to turn. Or gets a walk in for shot. Sort of bowl where the pace was right, and yeah, you got a bit of luck, but
it's good to see at this level, Jimmy, when there is a little bit of good fortune. They don't gloat about it. They don't cheer and yell. They, if anything, they'll apologise or just ignore it and sit quietly.
correct. That's how it should be as well.
Liam just missing with that one. I don't think he'll be too pleased with that result. Emma Simmons watching from sunny Mildura. It'd be a nice part of the world, particularly at this time of year. Always nice and warm up there.
Maddie gets the bowl. Yeah, T-Bone's called him bowl or jack. The jack would have been good. He'd have gone back to the 2 Melbourne bowls back there. The bowl's probably second prize for him, but it's another bowl behind. So if Brad does sort of arrive with a bit of pace, get it wrong and kick the jack, it will go out to the Melbourne bowls over there. So it's another bowl there for Melbourne.
And of course a good sider for Maddie's second bowl. Yeah, he'll have that option as well.
Yeah, you can get a beautiful trail if you get it right, Maddie can. We'll see what Brad can do first. That looks wide out the hand to me, but we are sitting on a funny angle to the head. Yeah, it was wide.
Well
Misses
called
all.
out of the hand.
Just seemed higher up on the green than the rest had.
Altona pick up 2 on the DMAC, Dame McKinnon rink.
So they've won, yeah, they've won a few ends in a row now. Back in 2017, sorry.
Maddie Lowell watching this one intently.
Wants him to get under that ball. Down, Lola.
It's a
Down.
lovely bowl.
Yeah, great bowl, Maddie Lowell.
Brad Peck going to come down and just have a quick look at this. Brad Marin just asking if the rumour's true, Jimmy. I think this is a cracking rumour. I've heard the same thing. So
I think that's been started by Brad on the stream.
I remember reading it somewhere.
Yeah, right here. No, the beard will not be coming off. You might not see me for a couple of days if we win tonight, but the beard won't be coming off.
You can only imagine what you would look like with no beard, Jimmy. Probably look like you're 18 years old or something.
Hold my double chin is why I have the beard.
Well, not only that, it gets you into every hipster bar in Melbourne. You wouldn't be able to drink craft beer if you didn't have the beard.
Or my oat milk cappuccinos.
So the Altona boys just weighing up options here. Brad Peck has 1 to come. They're down 2 on the head by the look of things. And down 4 overall on this rink. The shot is relatively clear. It's a matter of what can go wrong if it goes wrong. So Bradley Peck with a bit of weight.
He stayed in his...
Exactly like it,
Yeah,
just wide.
Couple to Melbourne there.
Can't quite get anyone's attention, but we're thinking that's 2.
So it goes on the scoreboard.
Matty Alal looks like he's in a bit of a zone.
Yeah, 2 to
2
Melbourne.
up on the board.
So you'd have lost your money on Altona winning that end.
It ruins the pattern, doesn't it?
Yep.
Beautiful part is, for those with OCD like myself, another pattern will emerge. Well, I don't know that Jack's going to stop. It is. So Ange Cardamone effectively going tee to tee. I can't see if the mat's right on the tee, but it's very close to it.
So first quarter's up, Melbourne in front, 5 shots. It's what we would have looked for. It's what we always want to win the first quarter of a game, get out in front. We probably, in an ideal world, would have been a few more shots ahead, but yeah, good start by Ange here. Yeah, we'll be comfortable with the small lead after the first quarter. Then you sort of go about your business again, restart the game now. Have a look for the next 5 ends on your ring. Try and win more ends than they win. We try not to drop clangers, which are 4 and above. Yeah, good reply by Reid. Ange looks good here. Get on, mate. Yeah, good ball, Ange. Well done. Great ball.
Well, T to T. It hasn't affected Ange at all. So, Jimmy, how many comments do we need to get in the stream before you will shave your beard off?
It's not me you got to get it past. It's my partner, Bronner.
She's a fan of the beard, is she?
Yeah, she won't let me back in the house if I come home with a shaved beard.
Reid Chander with a lovely bowl there. He started off like a house on fire. Reminds us of just what he can do. Cap backwards and all.
Yeah, fluffy a bit wide here, I think. Oh well, back bowl. Could come in useful.
A little wide, a little long, but it did stay up. Nice effort from Jason.
Bronny's just sent me a text. It's a definite no on the beard coming off. So yeah, there's no amount of likes that are going to work in.
What if it was for charity, Bronny? Try and find a way to make this happen.
Jason, I'm trying to get in the head here. Went far away with his first. Try and get to Angie's bowl and sit it is what he'll try and... Ooh, good effort. Good head building here. I think you can hear that on your backhand. Give it a chance just over the draw is what Maddie's called T-bone on there. Just get amongst the head, maybe change it up, make it look a bit different. Even if you're still down, it will make the shot a bit easier for his second or Maddie's bowls. Yeah, good effort. Good effort. Pace was great for it.
Brett Spurs just been a little quiet. They're calling his name, trying to get it going, but the bowl just missing.
Comes Liam. What a tough shot here. The ball is short of the head.
DMAC has just played a great bowl on the other rink. Altona boys look happy with that one. The Melbourne boys start to scratch their head and ponder what shot is for them.
Another tight head over there.
They've had quite a few, haven't they? There seems to be a consistent little grouping of 4, 5 and 6 bowls around it. A couple of loose ones outside.
I think Melbourne are holding shot over there even after DMAC's shot, but it was that close. Spurry's up and about now. He's just played a bomb. It's the first time we've seen the famous kneel and watch the ball roll in and the fist pump after.
Altona will be doing their darndest to quieten that down.
I can see 2 orange balls come out that head, so that might be at least 2 to Melbourne. Looked like it was 1 over on the rink next to us. To Curtis.
T-Bone again playing that backhand with weight.
And 1 over on rink 3 to Cactus to take him to a 10-2 lead against Dogger Wilson. Sperry picking up a couple over on rink 4. Couple of shots in a row for Melbourne then. Liam.
Well, they've got the right side of the T-bone bowl. Won't change the holding. Altona still with 1 so far. It's quite a subdued Altona rink.
Yeah,
Somewhat reflective of the school.
Yeah, I don't like. I never want to talk negatively, but I felt when we got up early last week, 20 shots up on a very early lead in the semi-final, there was a bit of life taken out of them with the early lead. So,
and of course, that's what they say. In no matter what the game is, it's scoreboard pressure that's going to quieten the crowd down, quieten the opposition down. Matty Lowell just asking T-Bone to point out which bowl's shot.
Spot standing there watching 8 bowls go at it. Sometimes you just need some reassurance. He likes it. He's calling T-Bone. He likes it.
Oh, just hits the Jason Sutcliffe bowl at the front. Wasn't far off though. It was a good effort. Fluffy seems to have a smile on his face.
I know why. He started a month worth of leave on Thursday, so I'll be smiling.
A month worth of leave. Is it planning on
He's heading to Cairns.
a win today and a big celebration?
He is. I know he's heading to Cairns, so if we do win today, he's missing the Champion Estate pennant. I think he heads off on Tuesday for a week.
Right, okay, that would be nice. Being up in Cairns. Jerome Coles now watching.
Sauce. Been at Melbourne for a few years, played in the Prem side last year. He's skipping in our second side this year.
I was going to say he's a nice young kid, but that's probably just showing my age. He's not a kid at all anymore, is he? Did some work experience with us when I was with Bowls Australia many years ago.
No, he's a good bloke.
Some fun times had by all.
To the semi-final or the final of the Oz Open Fours with Barry one year.
He did, yes. Might have been Josh Thornton and Dane McKinnon, maybe in the rink with him.
Shush, stacked rink. See what Matty can do here.
He hasn't gone the weight that he went first time.
Yeah. He's after it. He probably wants to hurry from my eyes from here. Yeah,
Promote Ange's bowl is the only option from there, but not quite. A good effort nonetheless. Bradley Peck looks to be getting on the mat very quickly. No real decision for him. Playing at the Ange bowl, Jimmy. Is that the shot from Brad's? A bit of risk with it if it is.
Yeah, he can probably, like, if he gets to walk over from it, he'll jack to them, but yeah, he's just narrow the head. That'll be 1-0 Altona, 9-4. Matt coming up a bit from the Altona boys now.
Of course, we saw T to T in the last end from the Ds.
Sides over and the rink next to us bowling a good one for Altona. Looks like might be holding shot there.
Reed getting the jack to probably 6 feet or thereabouts from the tee. And a very handy start.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that as a
2.5, 3 feet long, but nothing wrong with that.
See what Angie's reply is.
Certainly hard to tell watching him whether or not he's interested. There might have been a little grimace in the face. It's a little bit short. Reed just wanting that one to hurry. Yes, Helen, one rink being filmed. We've got the scores in the top corner of your screen. We can tell you Benny Fern is currently leading Nathan Dogger Wilson 10-2. Brett Spur is trailing Brett Foley, the Battle of the Bretts, 4-6. Curtis Hanley trailing Dane McKinnon 3-6. And the rink that we are showing is Matty Lyle's rink, who currently has a 5-shot lead, 9-4 over Bradley Peck, which of course means we're currently sitting at 26-18. We've played 26 ends of a scheduled 84.
See Cactus just bowled a bomb over on rink 3. One down, one up. We kick the jack roll to the back of the head. Melbourne holding one over there. A few more bowls to come. Couple from Dogger.
And a smile on his face like he's straight out of a Colgate commercial after that one.
He's the music guy at Melbourne. He's pumps the tunes.
He'll be on the DJ desk tonight, will he?
I hope so. Yeah, Roo playing a huge bowl. You hear the Roo in the background. Bryce Young there, great bowl.
Where does the Roo come from?
I actually don't know. I'm sure it's got a story.
Some camera flashes going off in the background as well. It's certainly all happening here at Dandenong Club.
Yeah, crowd's building again.
If you're in the area, come on down. Some great facilities. There's a cafe operating. Of course, there's bistro meals and so forth upstairs.
Not a bad result, ball. Jay said they might have moved that jack enough. Probably not what he's looking to do, but yeah, Dogger's short with his draw ball over on that far ring. So Melbourne's still holding one. Bowl to come from each skip. Melbourne holding a couple on the rink next to us, but Dane McKinnon still got a couple of balls to come. Fluffy's after this one. Just trying to make something happen in his head. That's Angie's bowl. Yeah, opens it up. Looks a bit better. from a Melbourne perspective.
Curtis Hanley on the rink over, willing his bowl to get a little bit further wide, but not to be on that occasion.
See what Liam's got. Coming down on the forehand. In the area, needs to get round that bowl. Oh, it gets a touch. Pace was good though.
Unusual from Liam Garlick Adams to have a sock tan. Most bowlers, of course, the sock tan is where their bowl socks go to.
BA approved bowl socks, yeah.
D-Mac on the drive on ring 5.
Misses the head.
Just missing left.
I think that's 2 to Melbourne over there. Dogger didn't get anything with his bowls. I think that's just a 1 to Melbourne. I'm waiting for the scoreboard to be updated over on rink 3. We're on the side of rink 6, so it's the far rink from us, that one. Go on, T-Bone. On his birthday, what's he got? Oh, just under. There's a 2 on Cactus's rinks. A 12-2 now to the Melbourne boys after 7 over there.
Big margin after 7 ends. They'll be very pleased, the Melbourne boys. Of course, don't count Nathan Wilson out.
No.
There's some pretty special talent.
A little baby crying behind us. I don't know where that crime was coming from.
So you might have just seen that Dane McKinnon slightly wide drive and not too happy, but D-Mac's back on the mat. And he's certainly got action there.
He's got an absolute result there. Both Melbourne bowls come out the head then. Yes, it's 1 to...
Curtis Hanley shakes the head.
That was a huge result. I don't think he meant it. He'll... 4. He's made 4 out of that for Altona. You could see a bit of reaction from the Melbourne boys.
Yep, they weren't pleased with that one. So 28 ends played. Just getting a couple of scores updated now. It is Melbourne leading Altona 28 to 22. 1 close rink and 3 that have a bit of a margin to them. Close rink, of course, is the Brett Spur v Brett Foley. It's 4-6 in favour of Altona.
T-Bone playing with weight here. What's he got? What's he going to hit? Goes through Fluffy, Jack moves. That's 1 to Melbourne, maybe. Yeah, Lola puts his finger up. That stayed with Angie's bowl. You notice sort of no reaction from the boys. It really didn't mean that at all.
Not a lot in it, but one bowl of Ange Cardamone has it just from the Garlic Adams bowl. Brad Peck takes Jack clean. I presume it's only 1. Fluffy bowl or the T-bone bowl will be second.
Bit of room for Lola to draw in here. Come on the backhand.
This is the side that doesn't come back as far. Maniello will have learnt that from previous ends.
He looks okay here. Just wants to weigh a bit. Hey. Yeah, well done, Lola. Showing his class there.
Perfect line.
Is that you reaching for your jacket there, Toe?
Don't know what you're talking about, Jimmy. Just didn't want to make you feel bad.
It's just a bit cold. See what Brad can do to get back. He looks a bit quick and a bit wide. Yeah, Lola got a chance to draw him for 2 here. These are the bowls when you get a free bowl to add in games like this where there's only 5 shots in the overall total. Sort of a
got to make the most of them, don't you?
Third of a way in.
Good couple of feet, sorry, to be able to draw it.
And to fully back someone of his calibre to get this bowl. That's a very, very particular set shot routine. He doesn't like it out of the hand. He's asking for it to slow down, I think.
Yep.
Oh, he's right. He called it pretty well. Might get him by the skin of his teeth there. Yep, flops. Looks over and rolls his eyes at me, but to Melbourne, he did enough. That's all you got to do is enough. Yep, so.
Brings us to 11-4 on this rink in favour of the D's. The overall board, it's 30-23. We've played 30 ends of this match. It's a very determined Matty Alal to me today, Jimmy. Not a lot of emotion, not a lot of fanfare yet. May come as the match progresses, but
he's quite a spiritual guy. He's very focused, very determined, and having a chat with him this morning, he was definitely in a good mood this morning. He shouted me a coffee, but he looked focused from the moment I saw him about 10 o'clock this morning.
Speaking of focused, Ange Cardamone has played a pretty good match. There hasn't been too many loose ones from him at all, and that one is no exception. Not far off the jack at all.
He's a machine.
Just inches away. Reed Chanter with not a bad response. Just catches the wrong edge of Ange's bowl.
It's a good lead bowling by both. Cactus has drawn a pretty good bowl over on rink 3. Playing well. He seemed fired up today. He always seems fired up, but he was very, very fired up in his roll-up at Melbourne before we headed here. Took a few bowls down there just to loosen up.
So talk us through the day, Jimmy, for Melbourne. What time did you meet at the club this morning?
So we met 10 o'clock for breakfast down on Chapel Street, which is something that we do through the season. Try and get as many of us there as possible. And then walk back to the club, which is 50, 60 metres away. We'll get in our rinks and have a roll for sort of 20 minutes, half an hour. Today was everyone in their own rink on their own rink, but before we've done sort of one rink versus another. The last few weeks we've sort of gone to their own rinks training or just throwing a few down. And that's just to sort of loosen up and just get a feel. It's not particularly to pick up any weight. Obviously, you're not practicing on the green.
Yep.
You're about to play on, but just loosens it up, gets the banter flowing, and gets everyone in the right mind frame. And then, yeah, we jumped on the coach from there. Dandenong, sort of 35-minute drive, and yeah, we didn't want to get here too early. We didn't want to be sort of sitting around waiting, so sort of got here 30-40 minutes before we needed to be here, and that was it.
Yep. Yeah, not a bad option. And just so you can't practice on the greens here, so I know you're sitting around here, although the club did provide a room for
Correct.
a talk beforehand, which is great of Dandenong Golf Club. So Fluffy on the mat again. Reed Channer from Altona put in a couple of good bowls.
Dogger wasn't overly happy with the bowl on rink 3, and he's pumped a bowl forward, and that looked like a RJ's bowl, so a Melbourne bowl for me. Jack's been picked up, probably a 2, I think, to Melbourne, but it's the far rink from me, so I'm trying to work out. We'll wait until the scoreboard's updated. Yep, 2 to Melbourne. 14-2 to Cactus now over there. Great start by the boys on rink 3.
Just looking at our umpire over there, Doug Warlow, looks a little cold. He's tightening the jacket up. Haven't seen the umpires called at all yet.
I don't think you will. You need him here, though. T-Bone going to try and come in on the backhand out. Sit the bowl, get the front touch out. One of them percentage sort of bowls, you get anything really. Giving it a fair stalk. T-Bone on his birthday, just asking it to run a bit. Yeah, just I needed that extra 2 feet of weight there to kept him on the line, and he probably got what he wanted to do. Colin Sparry's bowling over a bit. He goes close. Probably made 2 for Melbourne. Liam looks to be pretty good out. Oh no, coming under the head, sorry. It's hard to see from the angle that we're sitting at.
A little collection, a little vortex, which seems to be attracting a few of those bowls there. Just cutting under. So if T-Bone can learn from his first one.
Wanted to get down. Oh, great bowl. Great bowl,
There's
T-Bone.
the jack through for one for Melbourne.
Fist pump to the crowd. T-Bone's birthday today. I think we settled on 35 for his age.
You said 35, I said 21, but
I think it's more like 51, but no.
Jimmy Whitehead's comments there, everybody. Gotta love ribbing your teammates. Righto, Liam Gallagher now will have seen the Tommy Lester bowl. Essentially the path he's got to follow.
It's very difficult to get down to that ball. I can see him catching the edge of it, but I can't see him sitting it flush. Brad likes it though. Brad really likes it. Ooh.
Oh. Just catches the side of the bowls in front.
Lala coming on the forehand now. He'll probably just try and match that, get inside the blue ball out on the wing, just skirt around Fluffies, but he's going to run into him. Don't think he's got the pace to push any into the count though. Brad going down on the backhand, sorry. His forehand. Left-hander. He's going to skirt the pack or not? No, straight into the pack. There's a lot of balls in that pack, yeah. You couldn't get him close if you kicked them together.
Jared Goodwood says get the cannon.
It's probably 2 to Melbourne at the moment. Oh, 2/1, depending on that wing blue ball. Lala's just going to try and sit on that blue ball, I reckon, or get inside that blue for another. He looks...
A bit narrow again.
Yeah, same. Into that pack.
Drawing from both hands. Bradley Peck decides not on the cannon. Sorry, Jared. He's following this one a little more closely.
Yeah, he likes it. He's not getting much noise from his teammates, but he's on his knees watching it. What a great ball. What a top ball by Brad Peck. It's a huge ball.
Removes the T-bone bowl. And that'll be 1 to Altona.
Yep. Ball by Brad then.
It's a great bowl from Bradley. There really wasn't a lot there other than to sit the Leicester bowl. And there wasn't a lot of room. We'd seen so many bowls sucked into that little hole in front.
I could see him get into T-Bone's bowl, but to sit it the way he did, he had to almost get the inch perfect. There wasn't a lot there for him. I think his weight was great, which is why it turned towards the end. So important to get that weight right on that shot, and he nailed it, Brad. Five-shot lead overall from Melbourne. 35 ends in total. Sort of coming towards the back end of that second quarter that we've spoken about, that Melbourne break the game down into, so they've sort of maintained where they were at the end of the first. Range a bit short off Reid's lead, but Reid's led well, so's Ange. See if Reid can double up here. He's after it. Yeah, 2 good bowls by Reid. Good lead bowling. Almost textbook lead bowling.
Get some strong applause from the crowd. D-Mac on the next rink urging his bowl on.
Yeah, it was always looking short, that
Quite
bowl.
enough.
See if Fluffy can get amongst these 2 bowls of Reid here.
Shakes his head almost straight away.
Needs to restart, Fluff, I think. Started well, sort of. Probably just want to resettle himself with this next bowl. He's another confidence bowler, so if you see him put a good bowl in, he'll normally follow it with a few more. Jason going deep, getting a good result, landing Angie's bowl there. Holding a few, so Melbourne will want to put a bowl in the head here, just to break it up a bit.
Fluffy pulls out of the shot just with the DMAC bowl coming close down the rink alongside. Decided to reset, which I actually think is a good move. I think a lot of bowlers would push on there.
He logs it. Well, Fluff. Get home, pal. Good effort. Good home. Takes a bit of the pain out of being 4 down. Although there was room to cut that down. Melbourne holding 1 on that rink next to us. So Curtis will be looking to draw for 2. He doesn't want to touch any balls in the head though. He's Cleo wants to slow a bit. I would have gone too far, so might just be the 1 melt to Melbourne over there, maybe 2. Liam looking to add another into these 2 bowls of reeds here. Short. And Melbourne didn't have a shot over there.
I wonder Altona. Madge Strocknetter watching. Obviously a famous Tasmanian name. So Tassie are watching and supporting Brad Peck. Glad to have you watching. There's a few people saying they'd love to be seeing Brett Foley's rink. Well, you're welcome to come down. We are at Dandenong Club Bowls Club. There is still some room. Tremendous facilities here.
T-bone short without. We want a couple of short bowls in a row. Oh, Spurry absolutely nailing a drive then. Out of bounds. Gets the kill.
Quickly signals we're going back. He wants to stay the same way, even though just about every bowler's down that end. He's obviously feeling something.
Could also be a tactic to annoy some people. Seen that one used a few times.
Could well be. Now, Liam Garlic Adams looks pretty handy here. Great bowl.
Yeah, sensational. Another 2 to Melbourne over on Ben Fern's rink. Takes him 16-2 in front. Still 6 shots in it. Sort of nip and tuck. Very nip and tuck at the moment. Altona picked 1 or 2 up. Melbourne picked 1 or 2 up and vice versa. That probably only seen the 1-4 so far across all the rinks. Which shows how tight the game is. T-Bone will want to get a clear run through here. Doesn't.
Well, Altona holding 3 here, Jimmy, so this could be one to start to turn this one around. Of course, both skippers still have all their bowls to come. Colin Davis from Altona, once again pumped with his lead bowl. Bradley Peck just promotes the T-bone bowl.
See what Marty's going to do here.
May have cut the margin back to 2. Be close.
Lola's walking away from this one. Yeah, big quick and big wide. Tough shot down here on the back end. Nearly gets it. Just runs into T-Bone's bowl.
For the second time this end. Some form of attraction there.
T-Bone saying you might just draw a shot on the forehand. Or draw a second shot. You're going to lose and then you don't want to drop the small numbers. And he's got short. I think that's a couple to the Altona boys.
Two to Altona makes this 11-7. And it's 2 ends on the trot for the first time for the Altona boys. Which of course makes it 5 ends apiece for those playing at home. The overall, the big board gets a little closer. 34 Melbourne, 30 Altona.
I wouldn't have led from the start, so if Altona can get in front, they'll feel pretty happy with that. Good lead by Reid again. Bowled real well as Reid. Benny Loughlin putting in a good bowl over on rink 3, getting some applause from the crowd.
And the instant reply from the Melbourne team, Kane Hanley, nickname Sugar, I think, correct?
Good ball by D-Mac on the rink next to us. Altona just starting to lift a bit here. They're getting a bit louder as well.
Crowd started to sense it.
Matty likes this bowl of Angie's. Yeah, good bowl, Ange. Hurry a bit now. Yeah, good bowl, mate.
Jason Sutcliffe wastes no time on the mat, which I like. Just a touch heavy, and that's not a bad spot to sit.
Matty calling Fluffy on a toucher here. He'll want him to get to the jack with a sort of just pace just to get to the jack. Try and tuck it behind Angie's bowl. He needs to run a bit fluffy. I think he's short.
Good track was the call from the skipper. Jason does not look pleased with this.
Yeah, cut the head. call a put a meter in to Fluffy here. Yeah, he likes this one, Fluff. He's got a bit of a trot on after it. Needs to get down. Yeah, good ball.
Yep.
Bit of a target, but good ball.
Curtis not happy with his bowl on the rink one over.
It's a couple down there again for Melbourne. Oh, just the one. Scored 8 in 4 ends. Altona over on that rink, so Melbourne will want to arrest that. No, it was 2.
They did put 2 on the board in the end, yeah. It's a big margin now, 15-3. Dave McKinnon over Curtis Handley.
I think on the rink next to it, Spurry was about 4 down and he's just drew close to shot.
Spurry still with 1 to come.
I can see he is the only bowl in the head for Melbourne there. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. He's stopping 6 with his 1 orange bowl in there. I think he's got last bowl, so there's no danger of it coming out, but it doesn't look like his 3 in front of him have given him much to play with here.
Liam watching this one intently. Great bowl.
Great bowl.
Moves out the Ange Cardamone bowl. And that's 2.
2 to Dogger over on the far ring. That evens the game up. Can hear the noise.
The crowd up and about.
Can hear the noise go with that.
All, 39 ends.
Yeah, I said Melbourne had led all game. So Axel picked up 2, so Altona hit the lead now, 2 in front. And that's why there was a bit of noise then.
Of course, they're holding 2 on this rink here. There's still a few bowls to come. A little purple patch for the Altona boys.
Just see a couple of the more experienced Melbourne bowlers just trying to keep the noise up from the Melbourne end. Just it's a long game, not even halfway yet.
Sperry just calling a conference mid-green.
With his front end, I think his front end had been a bit off last few ends. He's just having a bit of a chat with him. I can tell you what will happen, because Altona have suddenly got very loud now they've hit the front. If Melbourne hit the front back, there'll be a lot of noise from Melbourne directed at probably a few of the Altona supporters on the side of the green. Good ball by Sards for Altona there. Picks a jack up from 3 down, holding 3. Good ball.
Bit going on still with Brett Spur. He's talking to the rink next to him in his own rink. All looks to have calmed down now. Garrett Orchard just asking how many ends. We've gone 40 ends so far, 10 on the rink we're watching.
Total of 84 to be played.
Bradley Peck has just played an absolute bomb.
Altona definitely on the charge out. Paddy playing with some weight here.
Just collects a front bowl, no change. We play 21 ends each rink. Grand total of 84. Given how close this match is, it's worthwhile mentioning if it is a tie at the end of 84 ends, we play an extra end on each of the 4 rinks.
Ray. Huge ball by Ray. Well, Boris Young on the rink next to. It's 3 down. Bit of weight. Puts a jack out the side of the rink for a dead end and we'll replay that one. Ali trying to get in amongst these. They don't have a lot of back bowls here. Only Angies. Goes real big, Matty. Misses.
Peel out 2 already. Having a look for 3. T-Bone not giving away whether it's 2 or 3.
I reckon 3. Yeah, it was 3.
Looks to a 3 signal, so that one gets this very close now. 11-10 in favour of Melbourne. It's a great comeback from 11-4. I feel like that all happened in a bit of a hurry, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Just seen a real burst from Altona. Shows the quality of both teams, but certainly shows the quality of Altona. Much as they might be a few shots down, they can peel them off in a hurry. So Ange Cardamone says that's enough. Puts one right on it.
Yeah, good ball by Ange. See what Jason's got out. looking to get close-ish on his backhand. I think he's a bit quick.
Fluffy just a little heavy. Lovely bowl here by Jason.
Yeah, good bowl.
A bad correction from Fluffy, not quite on the count, but not a bad correction.
Cactus holding 2 over on his rink with Dogger's last bowl. Dogger missed wide with his first draw attempt. It's probably a foot or 2 over there to get in. Doesn't quite get it. Looks like Melbourne still hold 1 over there, which was just stop that runner shots that Altona have had across all 4 rinks. Liam's pretty close here. In off Fluffy's. Ooh, lucky. He's got the wrong side of Fluffy's bowl, red bowl.
Matty Lowell starting to warm up. He's taking the jumper off, the hoodie. Said that on all match.
Opposite to us. Yeah, 1 of Melbourne on Cactus's rink. Yeah, Andy Bowl in front covers the forehand.
These all trying to rally each other now. I'm sure it's taking everything in your willpower to not join in, Jimmy.
Yeah. So what Liam could do, he can make any contact with these 2 balls on the jack. If he gets to the blue, he'll probably flick the white off, which is probably what he's trying to do. Just a bit narrow and probably didn't have the weight either. T-bone, finishing in a good home there. Doesn't give him anything else to work with. Some more shots for Altona over on rink 4, and Brett Foley against Brett Spur. Just wait for the scoreboard update and I can see how many.
That, of course, gives Colin Davis the map in the first lead bowl. If he gets it anywhere within a foot, we'll certainly hear the roar.
Just a one. Brad tight again.
So what's the shot for Matty here, Jimmy?
I think you'll see him come on his backhand. Probably try and get inside T-bones in the jack. Just to give another bowl there, because it's hard with the way that that bowl flicked out after Brad's last bowl for Brad now to get in there. Like he's going to have to play to move something more than the bowl. Matty, he probably wanted that 2 bowls more across and he would have all blocked it up. But
yep.
Altona with a 6-shot lead now. They were 6 behind not long ago, so it's been a big turnaround by them. You hear Bryce saying next quarter to the D's. Oh, Brad logs this. He's stalking it. Anything can happen here.
It's exactly the shot he was playing for. Great bowl, Bradley Peck.
Probably holding a couple now as well.
Enough to punch the Ange Cardamone bowl out, been causing them some grief.
Yeah, triple plant almost.
Yep. Does give a couple of options to Matty though.
Trying to read Maddie's body language here. He's not far away. Needs a result. Doesn't do.
That'll be one to the Altona boys.
4 ends in a row now for them. Levels the scoreboard up.
Their lead increases overall. 42 to Altona. Getting over the top of Melbourne at the moment. We're 35. We played 45 ends. We are in the second half, if you like. Reed Chanter again putting on an absolute display as lead. Just a little kiss on the jack. That, of course, is piling the pressure onto Melbourne. John Stokes has joined the stream. Says 2X Shep Golf boys. Axel Foley and Rick Orchard. Hopes to see them back at golf next season.
I hear one's going back.
And certainly, as he says, if Altona win, you will see them next weekend at Moama. I think you'll see Ricky Orchard nonetheless, won't you, Jimmy? Was he also in Port Melbourne on a permit for midweek pennant, I believe? So I'm not a betting man, but I'd put a fair bit of money on that.
Very good team too, Shep Golf. when the Central Goulburn Murray.
I think they've won 5 out of the last 6, or maybe 6 out of the last 7 with another win this year. There's a stack of talent there, of course, generally led by Brad Orr, who had a terrific season down in Warrnambool for the state championships.
I feel like he played in every game I watched.
Yeah, he did. Played a lot of bowls, a couple of successes.
Ange is a great bowl. That's a fantastic bowl by Ange. It's as good as he gets from a lead. Well done, mate.
Not only peels the Reed Chanter bowl off, but takes the jack back to his first bowl. And he's off for a comfort stop. That one got too much for him.
Matty saying jump on, get there first. It's a fluff. Let's see what he's got. He grimaces as he lets it go.
Probably just hasn't been able to find it of late. He's looking to turn that around, but this one's well short. Perhaps needs a comfort stop himself.
He's a 2 years old drinker is fluff.
Maybe that's where the issue starts.
Yeah. I think maybe he performs better at venues that sell 2 years old.
Could be. Not a bad bowl from Jason Sutcliffe though, just a couple of feet behind. It's a good spot to be.
He's famous saying he's Be the Bowl. He's a big Crackerjack fan. Let's see what he's got here.
Looks like he might be a Crackerjack fan.
He would have watched that twice last night, I've got no doubt, to fire himself up for today.
Just a little wide, nudges the Reed Chanter bowl, but no real damage. So Liam Garlick-Adams. Looks a pretty cool, calm, collected character.
Yeah. Very consistent in this game.
State representative.
He likes it.
Having just said that, he gets into a trot after this one, so.
He likes it. It's close. They're willing it to hurry.
Well,
yeah, great ball.
That's why he likes it, because he has done what Ange did to Reed. Just peels off the shot bowl and stays. Lovely bowl from Liam Garlick-Adams.
T-Bone just wants to replicate that same shot. He's quicker. Oh, good bowl, T-Bone. Well done.
Got part of the job done.
Bit of a pocket of bowls for Altona there, though, and get the kiddie there. Looks like Axel Foley's bowling well against Brett Spur. Hear his name called out a lot.
Here comes Liam Garlick-Adams.
Paulo Ripper with his last. He's got a trot on after this. It's Grimmy halfway down. Maybe it's not going to do what he wants it to. Short. Doggers drawn shot over on rink 3. 17-5 on that one now. This takes the Altona lead to 8. They've picked up another 2 on Brett Foley's rink as well. I think I'm just waiting for it to go on the board.
It's T-Bone done here.
Not
Not quite turning enough.
Ooh, could have played that Altona bowl across for shot.
It's been moved twice by the Melbourne boys. Fluffy just gave it a little edge, and now T-Bone a little more.
Just a 1 to Altona over on Brett Foley's rink. Lead now at 9. It's about as big as we've seen all day for either side.
Certainly some good support for Altona. I hazard a guess they've got more of the crowd voice here than Melbourne.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Brad, sensational. Great effort,
Bradley
great ball.
Peck gets through a great little, tiny little gap, but did it very well for another good bowl. He started to find a bit of form the last few ends.
See what Maddie's got now. He's coming on the forehand, I think. It's probably the shot to go with. Bit of pace. Yep, nothing doing there.
Careers into the Reed Chanter bowl. No real change.
We might have. There's a measure on the rink next that's real close. Might have the umpires in for the first time. They're being very delicate with the measure. It's got the calipers out.
So Altona holding 2 here, potentially 3. There we go,
Yeah,
Jimmy. Umpire called. Bobby Carlson enters the arena. Had everything ready to go. Watching intently the game, as all good umpires do. Bradley Peck doesn't love it by the body language.
Nice. Oh, it's a phenomenal.
If it
Yeah,
flops
flips
in, that's good enough. So
I reckon that's a few to Altona here. Lulla's going to want to try and do something about that.
well, he doesn't have much behind, so he can't really run at it too hard. His only option is to draw into that pack.
He could follow that last ball down there, Brad. Brad played an exceptional line. It's pretty much got to be inch perfect on it, which Brad's been twice down there.
I actually favour him coming the other side and try and take in perfect world, take the jack back to Ange's bowl, but sounds easier than what it is.
It's gone the four.
He's not against this.
He's got to get round his front white. Doesn't.
No, not going to, so that'll
Cream.
be a couple of shots at least to Altona. We'll find out the exact count.
Three.
3 to Altona. That is 5 ends in a row.
Peeled off. 10 shots in a row. $11 the lead now to Altona. One picked up on the rink next to us after that umpires. Measure the calipers.
Altona really starting to hit their straps now. 6 of the last 7 ends here. I feel like Melbourne's been stuck in that mid-30s for quite a while.
Yeah.
And Reed Chanter just puts another one straight on the jack.
Bowling while he's Reed.
Olivia Cartwright says good afternoon.
Oh well, this week has lived at the under-18s.
Yep, fresh off a win. The girls singles.
Ange just a bit short in the reply.
Reed Chanter got here early, calmed his nerves early. 1 on and 1 behind.
Pretty textbook lead bowling by Reed last few ends.
Absolutely spot on.
Ange still chewing on his gum. Having a watch of this one. Maddie's interested. Yeah, handy bowl by Ange. It's in a good spot.
Having a great battle.
Mm.
Ange and Reed, we saw last end, they sort of took shot off each other.
Good short by Jace.
John Walker just echoing our comments. Great leading from the Altona lead.
Fluffy's not sure there.
Just
Loses his ball.
in the drink.
That'll might come in use later from Jace there at the back. Into the second half of the game now. Both teams will be looking at win these next few ends to either blow the lead out for Altona or get right back in it for Melbourne.
Just at that crucial stage of the match, really, isn't it?
Mm.
See another great head on the
Yeah.
Foley Spur match.
You could throw a dustbin lid over that.
Hard to believe that margin's 4-12 because I feel like every time I look over, it's a head that not conducive to big scores. But 8 shots the margin so far.
Liam stepped it up the last few ends. Let's see what he's got coming in here. He's already getting a clap from Brad. Yeah, it's a useful home for him out there. Probably might get in the count.
T-Bone doesn't seem to be in any hurry.
He's taking his time, go for his routine.
Trying to compose himself.
on his birthday.
Good to see Chris has joined the stream. He's cheering for the A's.
T-Bone. Just missing high. Marvin will pick some of it up on rink 3. We'll just wait for the scoreboard to go before we can see how much that is. Just a want.
Colin Davis has signalled one down for their rink as well, so that's 1 to the D's on the Brett Spur rink. Dylan saying Dane and Curtis comparing the size of their biceps, not their bowls. Both would fare pretty well in either comparison. T-Bone clears a few out. So Bradley Peck on the mat, left-hander on the backhand.
Short with that one. Well, he's got a couple of bowls to come in and draw a shot here.
That'll be good enough. Moves Liam's bowl, which will leave T-Bones as shot.
I think the blue might be shot there.
It could be. Hard to tell from this angle. This one looks a little quicker.
Good bowl.
Great bowl, Bradley Peck.
Big bowl player. T-Bone calling this to get down. Lala goes with it as well. Good ball. Needed. Stops the run of 5-ins in a row. And 10 shots on by Altona on this rink.
Curtis Hanley runs 20 yards over to give Matty Alal a bit of skin there. He's happy with that one. Still remains a 9-shot lead to Altona. After a bit of a slow start from Altona, they certainly hit their straps in the last 10 or 15 ends.
Back to that almost full length jack roll from Ange that we saw earlier in the game. You want to set the tone out. Not a bad start. Yeah, very short with this. Yeah, early one by Ange. I'm sure Reid will adjust. Yeah, he's close. Might just be good ball.
Yeah, lovely lead ball. Great correction after his first one, Reid Chernow.
Yeah, Fluffy's close here. Great ball. Well done, Fluff. Good ball.
Trail on the jack.
He's giving himself a mocking chair. He knows he's had a few ends off, and there's a big ball by him.
He'll certainly be hoping that's enough to turn his own form around.
Good reply by Jason. If he can get round that white, unlucky. Maddie telling Fluffy to give this bowl a chance. If he sits the wing bowl of Reid, he'll make 4. So it's sort of that just 2 foot weight. His weight. It's a good effort by Fluff. Yeah, 2 good bowls. And Brad almost calling the identical shot on the other hand, that sort of arriving weight on the forehand, just trying to sit into that pack of bowls of Melbourne's. And he's good. Oh, he's close. He's going under a bit. Lucky. Pace looked good though. T-Bone's after this one. Still a smile on his face. Wants to get down. Just a bit quick. Brett Spur drawing a second shot over on rink 4. Axel was very, very close with his first. If he plays the same ball, he'll get the result he wants, I reckon. He gets the balls, but the jack moves in a probably not the traditional way. Melbourne pick up something there. I don't know how much. We'll have to wait till the scoreboard ticks over. See if Liam can get in amongst his pack here.
It's a great effort.
Oof.
It really is a game of millimetres at times.
That was a 4 for Brett Spur over there. Tightens the game up a bit, 5 in it now. Looks like Dogger's bowled a good ball, he's getting some support over there.
Such a game of swings, isn't it?
Yeah. A 4 for Altona on 105. On rink 3, I think.
Yep. Melbourne just start to come back, and then
Bang with a
Altona
5.
put the foot back down.
Makes that rink 18-10.
And that's a great comeback from the Altona boys. They were 16-2 down at one stage.
So lead back out to 10. I think Melbourne are holding 4 on the rink next to us. D-Mac's got 1 ball left. Looks like he's lining up for a drive the way he's... But he has fooled me before. No, he's definitely lining up for a drive. I'll let you know if he hits it. He doesn't. Hits a short ball and splits round the head. Melbourne holding a few there. Curtis Hanley's got 1 more ball left, so...
Very quickly becomes a game of anything you can do, I can do better in terms of cheering from both players and crowd. That's what gets everyone up and about.
Liam trying to get involved on the forehand here.
Well, he's had that Jason Sutcliffe bowl moved, so now he does have this option again. He
just missing wide.
Didn't have it before, but as you say, just a little wide. T-Bone's taking the sunnies off.
It's like a 4 to Melbourne on that rink next to us. Now Luller on the forehand. I think he's going to be very similar to what Liam just did.
Almost the exact same track.
1 ball more weight.
Yep. Bryce Young just calling as third in his rink, calling the team together for a little mid-green conference.
Won a flag with Altona, I think, back in the day as well, Bryce. He certainly was at Altona, I dare say he won a flag.
Bradley Peck playing with purpose on the left-hander's forehand.
Logs it.
There's action. Might have cut it from 2 down to 1, so not a bad effort.
Liam signalled 1 down.
Axel Foley's rink just went from 3 down to 1 up. Measure for 1 anyway. Here's Maniello with his last ball.
Just getting a trot after it. It's close. T-Bone calling it up. Yeah, top ball by Maniello.
Oh, what a great ball.
Gives
Turns
a bit
around
to the
crowd. That'll get everybody up and about.
Probably see Brad. He might come forehand.
A few of the boys having a bit of fun.
Oh, he's backhand. He's playing a arriving weight, so we'll see what he does there. He's sort of indicating he needs to get down a bit. It's close. Ooh.
Just misses, so looks like 2 to Melbourne. Not confirmed yet.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2. I've scored it.
It's 14 all. We played 15 ends. Of course, we played 21 ends.
Came back to 4. Yeah, this game's a swing and roundabouts game, hey? It was all Altona for half an hour, and yeah, it's just starting to turn again now. That's why 4-ink pennant is good fun to watch.
Certainly a bit of feeling from both teams, and Ange Cardamone doesn't let it bother him, continues to chew on his gum and put it right on the jack. But it smacks of us seeing a very close match come about in 80 and onwards. And that's what we want to see.
Reid with a reply here, he's pretty close. Ah, sensational effort. These two have had a right battle.
I was going to say, I wouldn't mind watching a little game of singles between these two, the way they're playing at the moment.
Yeah, good balls by Ange. Great balls. Reid will go close again, I've got no doubt.
If you're ever keen to learn on how to play the game, Jimmy, it's games like this where you just watch it back and just watch what the leads have been able to do from both teams. Reid's been terrific for Altona, and Ange has been terrific for Dandenong Club. For Melbourne here at Dandenong Club.
Yeah, Reid's close again. Oh, sensational.
A couple of times where one player has held shot and the opposing leads managed to just peel it off. Really has been a great exhibition of lead bowls.
Fluffy needs to hurry here. Yep, it's in the head. Oh, good ball by Jason.
Yeah,
Sort of
great ball.
Angie's.
Brett Spur with a big bowl over there.
Fluffy's after this one. See what he's got. Needs to get down. Close. Good effort.
Still 1 to Altona by the look of that.
Tone will talk us through his club singles game this year now, Tone, won't you? Barry's just handballed you on there.
Thank you very much, Barry Lester. It is a pleasure to have you on board, Baz. I said earlier in the coverage we liked you a little bit more when you were Victorian, but we still like you a heck of a lot, of course. One of the best ever from Victoria. We'll be intently watching his brother T-Bone. Now making a career for himself up at the Burleigh Heads Bowls Club. And the Victorians getting up there for the winter time, by all means drop in and see Baz. I'm sure he will be very hospitable, as he always is.
You still dodged the question, Tone.
It's a very simple one-word answer, inconsistent. Might be looking to Baz for some coaching next time I happen to be in Queensland.
Spurry's picked up a 3. Brings the game to 1 shot to Altona lead.
Swings and roundabouts. We saw Melbourne in front early. Altona then got to quite a comfortable lead. Now back to 1 shot the difference. 58 ends gone. Roughly 2/3 of the way through.
Brad chasing this one down. He's going under. Jack's gone to Ange, I think, from here. 1 to Melbourne.
That's 15-14 through 16 ends. Ange goes straight back to the tee. Looking to go as long as possible.
Melbourne in front, 56-54. This one's 15-14. Rink next to us, Dane McKinnon and Curtis Hanley, 18-8 the way of Dane McKinnon. 12 all in the Brett Fowler game. 21-10 to Ben Fern over Nathan Dogger Wilson on the far rink. Just trying to get the internet working again on the laptop with the score update. But 56-54 overall to Melbourne at the moment after 61 ends. And Brad Peck now calling his boys in for a bit of a conference. 23 ends to go overall out.
Good, Matty. How are you, mate?
See?
Lovely to see Matty Allow in the middle of a Premier Division Grand Final. Takes the opportunity to come over and say good day. One of the nicer blokes you'll meet.
Told you he was in a good mood today.
Seems very happy with himself, doesn't he? So let's see after that little mid-rink conference what Reed Chanter can do.
Yeah, good bowl again by Reed.
Yep.
Yeah, foot or two short, but very consistent today has Reed been. Brett Spur kills another end over on rink 4.
Couple of short ones from Ange. Uncharacteristic. He's been very good today.
Bit of light in the building. Light's just gone on.
And Reed Chanter with it. Another absolutely brilliant leads bowl.
Managed to get the scoreboard updated to come through in a second.
Jason Sutcliffe with a pretty good spot.
Yeah, he's going to want Fluffy to make sure he's up to the head here at least. Yeah, Fluff's after this. He's got a real stalk about it. You can get to Ange, you can something to happen. Yep, it's a start. See what Jason, he had a pretty handy bowl first up, see what he's got to come back with.
Just waiting for some instruction from his skipper Bradley Peck. Receives that now and straight into it. Just collects the front bowl of Anges.
Probably the only rink we haven't seen a dead end in them. The one with Chinnock, T-Bone. See down there. Good effort. Probably came in quicker than he wanted to. So he didn't really get too big of a reaction from Maddie then. I don't think it was purpose.
Correct.
So the score's on the screen now. Liam. Yeah, great ball. Jack in the ditch. Great ball. Good call. Good hit.
Wait for the markers, but I don't think that'll be too far from.
And Jack going flying on the rink next door. D-Mac puts one out of bounds. Altona holding a few here.
Yeah, the call from Matty Lowell was just trying to get second.
Comes a game, if T-Bone hangs one sort of 2 feet from the ditch, it's a game of draw one, try pot it, draw one, try pot it. Altona picked one up on the far rink to take the game to just a 1 shot difference. 56-55. T-Bone's too quick out.
Bit hot. How Liam Garlick-Adams can adjust his weight after just beautifully potting the jack.
It's pretty good to me. Looks like a very good bowl there. Adds to the count.
Yep. Well done, well adjusted.
It's a fair probably holding definitely 4. Probably more. See what Lola, big bowl now for him, big 2 bowls. If he puts one there, he's going to want to give it a friend, so it can't be pushed into the ditch.
Well, he almost needs to hide it in behind any of the traffic in front.
Needs to slow up. Needs to hurry past. Hurry. Might cut some of the pain out, I think. And has hidden it. Hard to tell who second or third shot is there. Probably, maybe third shot. Brad's looking for it anyway because he's playing with weight, so it's obviously worth a fair few.
Oh,
that's sensational!
What a great goal, Bradley Peck.
Sensational.
Peels it out and really didn't want to move anything else. Manages to do it clean.
Matty's just got to put it back.
As you say, game of put it there and pot it.
Yeah. See what Matty's got. Needs some nerves of steel here. Needs the slow. Needs the slow. Needs the slow.
Oh, wow.
That is outrageous.
There's got to be millimetres before that thing is in the pit.
I don't want to talk too loud in case it falls in.
Well, Bradley Peck showing what he can do with the last bowl.
I'm sure he's going to go close to sitting this. It's worth a fair few.
Question is how easy it is to get to.
Let's see what he can do. Brad looking to sit Luller's bowling for a fair few. It's hard for us to tell exactly how many from where we are. The boys are half interested. Nah, just, that's right.
1 to Altona. And that gets us back to being square. We're 15 shots apiece.
4 ends to play in this one, on this particular rink.
Looks like they might be first finished, as you say, Jimmy. They haven't had any killed ends yet. Rink 3's been moving along. $56 all, 63 ends gone.
It's always going to be a close game. That's how it's proving to be. Handy start by Reid again. Yeah, good balls by Reid again. Great ball.
He really has been very, very good today. Great surface here at Dandenong Club. I think any of the players that have any concerns over what they're playing on, they can make the most of a great surface and a great venue here at Dandenong Club Bowls Club. Well, as we've seen so often, Ange Cardamone says anything you can do, I can do just as well. So Melbourne now hit the front for the first time in a while. 57-56.
Fluffy just a bit high and wide. Probably a bit quick for what he wanted as well. And Brett Spur hit the front in his rink against Brett Foley. Great game, that one. Faced each other a few times in recent weeks.
It was a 12-4 lead to Brett Foley at one stage. Not over yet. They've still got
5 ends left.
5 ends to go.
Oh, great effort by Fluffy. Some excitement. Finishing great, just couldn't quite get down enough. Could have done with a walk off another ball. See what Liam's got. I imagine he'll be coming the backhand to get inside Angie's. That's what he does.
Started to find some form the last few ends.
He's got to get down a bit. Very close. Very close.
Missed by an absolute whisker. Little noise from the rink next door. Curtis Hanley plays a nice little draw bowl in.
T-Bone. Oh, good bowl. So Jack rolled over. Opens it up. Good hit by T-Bone. On his birthday again. Very animated player. Bit of space for Liam to draw now. Mr. T-Bone moved the kiddie out to the side. It's coming on the backhand. He's urging it to get on. Draws a shot.
Good enough for shot.
The way he's been bowling, you expect him to draw that. He's
started to come very good, Liam Gallagher-Adams. Correction from the Melbourne lead, the Curtis Hanley rink.
Simon
was a fair bit short on his first, but nice little toucher with his second. Here's T-Bone. This is the hand that doesn't quite come back as far. Great effort. Might have just sailed through a little too far. Just trying to adjust the live stream now.
Brad looks to be travelling a bit. Stays wide as well, so he's out of bounds.
Good to see these two teams in the final, Altona and Melbourne. Obviously the top two teams all season, finishing 1 and 2. Altona losing to Melbourne in the qualifying final, but then getting the better of Clayton to make it through to today's final. And this has been a very, very close affair.
The second umpire call for the day over in rink.
Nadia Lal takes the jack back.
Great bowl by Lala.
Sure too. Bradley Peck straight on the mat. Cool as you like.
Oh, he likes it. He's giving it a bit of a trot. He likes it.
What a ball.
It's a huge reply.
Absolute bomb of a ball.
Huge reply.
Always happy to help Snapper. You get to see an absolute cracker of a bowl there from Bradley Peck. Down 2, really didn't have a heap to get to other than the jack. And manages to take it back clean.
Lola are looking to be playing up to it. Try and sit that ball. One to Altona over on rink 3, so the lead's back at 1. Lola just missing.
It was a good effort.
Yeah, great ball by
One to
Bradley Peck there.
Altona. 16-15.
Ties the game up.
16-15.
Oh, sorry, ties the overall up.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yes, it does. I'd ask you who your pick is from here, Jimmy, but I think we all know Melbourne is your pick, so I'm going to pick Altona in the interest of keeping this one interesting between the two of us.
Start by Reid again. Couldn't really ask for a closer game for the final, hey?
Well, I think both teams finished on the same number of wins. Not much separating them at all. And we're seeing that play out in today's final. Yeah, 2 lovely bowls from Reid. See if Ange can respond, as he's done so often. Eddie King's joined us from Port Macquarie. Hope everyone is well and safe up there after some pretty shocking floods not too long ago. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I do like how quick Jason Sutcliffe is on the mat. Makes up his mind as to what shot to play and then straight into it.
Yeah, he's tried a bomb there. Well done, mate. It's a good ball by Jason.
And gets the result.
Tipping Fluffy won't be short to this. We shouldn't be. Handy home. Helps build the head a bit for Melbourne.
Fluffy gets it away on the backhand.
And a bit of a march on after this. Half a trot. Now he's intent after it. Ooh, good effort. Again, just another bowl in the head. 2 to Melbourne over on Brett Spursbury. Good little run for the Melbourne boys over there.
Liam just collecting the Cardamone bowl.
Or maybe it was only one over there. T-Bone's lining up here.
There's a bit of carnage, but John Walker just asking for a draw, and golden point, of course, means extra end. That would be good to see.
Few big bowls, last couple ends for Liam. See what he can add to the count here. Yeah, he sure does.
Great bowl. Definitely 2, close for 3. Does set up a bit of a target though. We saw T-Bone play with weight.
Very clear instructions by Lolo there.
There you go.
Backhand with a couple of metres is what he's calling in, trying to split them 2 balls in front of the jack, go through with the jack. I don't think he wants him to lose his ball. Oh, he likes it. He likes it. Oh. Okay, Altona holding 2, potentially 3. Bradley Peck, bowl in hand. Dan McKinnon pick it up at 2 to swing the lead back to Altona's favour overall. Tommy Ristic watching. Just won the over 60 singles the other day up in Bendigo. Bowled well. Plenty of passion as he does.
Got over a very good player in Gary Sanders. Matty Lowell tracking this one down.
Oh, good effort.
Certainly won't be 3 now, but still 2 to Altona. Brad Peck and Liam Garlick-Adams study the head, trying to work out what will be. Good crowd in attendance today, Jimmy, particularly up on the deck up there.
Over the back.
Probably 5 or 6 deep in parts.
Having a serious chat here about this bowl.
Bradley Peck very keen on what's happening over on ring 3.
Slowing the game down would be my theory. I think Altona picks up a number, maybe 3 on the far rink. On the Ben Fern, Nathan Wilson rink. Just wait to see the scoreboard up there. I'm pretty sure that was a 3 though. Put them 4 in front. So we go into the last 13, 14 ends to be played overall. Yeah, it was a 3 over there.
So 2 down. Matty Lowell, hoodie back on.
Matty coming on the 4-hand here. The boys are half interested. I just think it's going to go narrow.
Through the gap.
Okay.
No change to the head. That'll be 2 to Altona. 18-15.
Some 6 in front.
Crowd getting back into it. Reed Chanter just continues to do what he's done all day.
He's bowling well.
Does not seem to bother him if they're in front or behind. His job is being done well and truly.
Andrew, another good reply. Oh, these guys going toe for toe all day.
Just been brilliant, hasn't it?
Ball again by Reid. Yeah, good balls by Ange, good balls by both of them. Good as it gets leading that.
Mm-hmm. Gonna have an interesting conversation after the match, those two, aren't they? You played well. Yeah, you played well. You put them close. Yeah, you put them close.
Oh, good ball by Jay says, knocking Reid's shorter one in. I bet they drink the same beer after. They matched each other all day.
Probably finish each beer at the same time.
6 in it with 13 ends to go, the way of Altona at the moment. Picked up a few shots the last couple of ends. Great bowling.
It's getting better as the match goes on, Jason Sutcliffe.
Yeah. Oh, Curtis kicks a jack on the rink next to us. There are a couple down there. Looks like they're holding 3 or 2 now. Good turnaround. They're the big bowls are going to need as we get towards the end of this game. Fluff writes this one off. It just gets a little bit colder again here.
D-Mac just a little narrow with his bowl on the neighbouring rink.
Really hard head for Melbourne to get shot here. So I got picked up by Melbourne on the rink next door. Was third, I don't know if he's drawn third or not. I'm just waiting for the scoreboard to go up. Yeah, he's drawn a third. 3 to Melbourne there. But then it looks like an Altona shot on the rink next door. I just don't know how many. They're just doing a measure into the ditch at the moment. It's called an umpire. So I don't know why
Certainly
they-
had their money today, the umpires. Bobby Carlson, Doug Warlow. Tommy Lester on the mat. Just needs to skirt this pack for looking for the jack.
T-Bone, what have you done? Great effort.
It's a very good effort. Certainly is a lot of talent on display out here. Seeing some quality shots from all rinks. Altona up by 3 shots.
Serious umpires measure going on over there from the ditch. Tell you what can go away is this wind coming in behind us. It's getting cold again. See a ball go in a chair over there. Dogger flicked a ball as he was driving and caught it at an angle. It's rolled clean 2 rinks over and hit a chair. No one's sitting on the chair.
No injuries, all good.
No. Looks like Melbourne won that measure in the ditch over there. Just a 1. Lead back to 2 to Altona now. It's 11 ends to play across the 4 rinks. They're all. This one's got 2 to go, and the others have got 3.
T-Bone just a little narrow with his second effort.
Melbourne holding 2 over on the far rink. Doggers looking to cut that down with his last bowl. He's up and about, but he's always up and about when he sends a bowl, so I can't quite work out what he's doing.
It is hard to tell, the Dogger.
He's close. He's lying on the floor.
He's literally laying on the ground with his face probably 3 inches from where that bowl finishes.
I think he's drawn shot.
Back on the rink we're on. Altona 3 ends in a row now. It's been one of those games that swung to and fro. Matty Allah will be on the forehand draw. Don't think there's too much else on offer.
I think Melbourne picked up. I think he didn't draw a shot, but he drew a very good second shot, so they didn't bowl the last ball over there. So it's 1 to Melbourne, leads at 1 now to Altona.
Colin Davis puts one close and yells out the biggest roar you've ever heard.
He's been the loudest on ground today. I'll give
Not
him that.
for the first time today, certainly loudest on ground.
So 1 in it with 10 ends to play overall. Couldn't have got closer. We did have a tied game in the elimination final between Clayton and Bundora last week, so we'll see if that happens again.
Matty Alol trying to get under his last bowl. A bit more pace this time, a bit more interested.
They like it. They like it. What a bowl. Oh. What a bowl.
Goes over to the adoring Melbourne supporters on an absolute bomb of a bowl. They'll take out 2, looking for 3.
That'll put Melbourne in front.
Goodness me, what a bowl. Really only had one option, but there wasn't a lot of room for it. Player the calibre of Matty Alol manages to find it. Has 2, looking at 3. 3 to Melbourne.
Huge bowl.
And we are back to 18 apiece here.
Last end. There's 9 ends overall left across the 4 rinks. Melbourne lead by 2. Could go anywhere this one. Ange looks to be narrow with this. It's all going very quiet in between bowls here as we get closer to the end of the game. The big reaction when the big bowl comes. Fluffy coming in on the back end there. A bit of a grimace halfway down. I think he might be tight from my angle at this bowl. And short. Still room for someone to own it here. Let's see if Fluffy can jump on as Jason goes through. Looks a little quick for me. And he is. Yeah, finds his way to the jack there. Probably not the way he meant it, but his weight was good. Melbourne have got Fluffy's red ball behind the head here, so he'll probably be trying to make contact with the blue, which sits on the jack, trying to spring the jack back. Melbourne holding a number on the rink next door. I think Bryce just put 3 fingers up, maybe 4. D-Mac's got 1 to come there. Did drive with his last. Hit a short ball which went through, missing their head. So he's got 1 to come. T-Bone trying to make some connection with this blue ball that's of Jason's that's sitting on the jack. Are we going a bit wide here?
Bad effort, still puts 1 in behind.
D-Mac.
Polishing that bowl within an inch of its life.
He's a few down, I think. See what he can do here. Lining up a big drive. Spurry drives on the other rink, plays a few out the head.
D-Mac just pulls out of his as he slightly distracted by the Brett Spur drive. Ready again.
I think Liam's waiting for D-Mac. We're getting to that point of the game where they're all waiting for one another now to see what they need to do. D-Mac goes on the drive. Misses. We'll see how many this is. 4. That was 4 to Melbourne. I think that was 4 fingers up by Bryce. Just wait for the scoreboard to go. Try and get his attention as he walks down. He's looking the opposite way.
Liam Garlick-Adams. A little narrow, no change. Melbourne lead now out to 6 shots. Eight ends to play.
As I put the scores on the wrong side of the scoreboard, I'll update that in a sec. T-Bone just trying to make connection with this blue ball again. He likes it. He's after it. He's right behind it. He's asking for it to get down. He's asking for it to get down. Good effort. Eight ends to play across the 4 rinks. I think Altona are holding 2 with last bowler then to come from Brett Foley, so they'll pull a couple of shots back there. It's a very good home for Liam. Very good home. Sensible bowl. I think that's 3 to Altona over there. Trying to guess a couple of the bowls short of the jack. But that'll even that rink up if it is 3 and bring it to within 3 overall. Yep, that was a 3. Seven ends to go. 3 the lead to Melbourne. 71-68. Lala's going tight here.
It opens up a bit more of a path for him.
Dogger hits a drive out of bounds on the far rink, so they'll replay that one. See what Brad can do here. He's getting a bit of a chase on after it. His pace looks good to me. Yeah, it's a good ball. They're holding maybe 3-2. Bryce on the rink next to us. Trousers and up. Oh, great ball. One shot holding the Melbourne over there with a few to come. We have 2 bowls left on this rink, which is the last end. 18 all. See what Lola can do. As soon as this one's finished, we'll aim to move over to the rink next door, which is 2 to play. Currently playing one of them, which is the Curtis Hanley and Dame McKinnon game. Lola goes big. He likes it. Misses. So Altona holding a few here. Probably 3, I think.
2 in a measure anyway, at least. Obviously, Bradley Peck still has 1 to come. Jimmy's eyes are always better than mine, though. So.
I hope it's 2, but see if we can get closer to this one. Looks a bit high. No, he's coming back now. I have no idea how many it is from here. Taking the 1 out, taking the 2 out. Measuring for the 3rd here. Two to Altona. Brad Peck doing us a favour and signalling out quite clearly then, which is good. So we'll aim to move over to the next rink, which is the Curtis Hanley Dane McKinnon game, which is currently 20-16 to the boys from Altona. 2 ends to play. Currently playing 3-1. We're just going to try and move them cameras over now.
So we know the rink we just watched, Bradley Peck and his boys got up 20-18, which puts it to one shot the difference, can you believe, Jimmy? There are 6 ends to play. As Jimmy says, we're just trying to move some cameras to get this to a point where we can give you the next rink along. We'll certainly stay with the stream until the end of the match.
Bear in mind we're going to a new rink and haven't worded them up to get out the way of the cameras, so there might be a bit of people in the way to start with, but we'll try and get the message to them. I think we've got one set up.
I'm just going to angle the 45-degree camera a little bit further right, so we will have some vision for you in just a second.
So I think we are an extra rink over from this, right? Knowing the bowls, I think Melbourne are holding 2. Just wait for a better angle on it. D-Mac going the drive, so Melbourne are definitely holding. He didn't like it out his hand. I won't tell you the word he used. When he misses through the gap. So 1 the overall difference here, with 6 ends to be played.
Curtis still with 1 bowl to come.
So this rink, the lead of Melbourne is Simon Cannington, second Ray McKay, third Bryce Young, and the skip Curtis Hanley. For Altona, Daniel Joyce leading, Shane Herring second, Raymond Coulter third, and Dane McKinnon as skip.
And from side on, Raymond Coulter and Bryce Young look very similar.
I don't think Ray will be happy about that. They're talking about a blocker here, is the conference, and you'll notice there's 3 of them in that conference. I think I mentioned this before. With Melbourne, it's not always the thirds and the skips who decide. They'll bring a player or 2 in and ask an opinion if needed. And Razor, who's the second in this ring, is a very experienced bowler. Played up in Queensland for a lot of his bowls, and I think made a Queensland state side, but the game got called off, so he didn't actually represent them. It's a story like that. I'm sure it will come out tonight after he's had a couple of beers. He loves to tell that story.
So here comes Curtis, attempting to put in a blocker. It's going to have to be millimetre perfect.
It's always a hard bowl to bowl the blocker.
Very.
Sometimes he does the opposite. It has the opposite effect. It sort of almost frames a shot a bit more for another player. They're holding a couple.
Gives them a little cider.
Melbourne are definitely holding 2. I can't quite tell who's got third shot, whether it's Ray's black bowl or Curtis's black bowl. But the 2 whites are Bryce's bowls. So we've got 2 ends left to play, 1 after this on this rink and the same on the others. Melbourne look to be holding on all 3 rinks. They're out with a drive now. He doesn't like it. Yeah, he hit the same gap. Same gap. Pretty sure that was a couple. Wait for the marker to update that. There's 1 on, there's 2 on, 3 on, 4 on.
Oh boy.
4 to Melbourne.
75-70. 5 ends to play.
1 left on this ring.
Brett Spur will march down to the mat to deliver his last bowl on their 20th end.
That looks like Matty Young's bowl on the jack to me, and Spur is on the side. I think Nugget, who's Matty Young, has just signalled 2 to Spur. He's got the last bowl at the end. I can't see Brett Foley having a bowl in his hand at all. I'm trying to see. Nothing in the ditch. And on the far rink, I'm pretty sure it's Barry McGregor's and RJ's bowls around the jack from Melbourne. Definitely Barry's. Can't quite tell with the second.
Brett Spur happy to wait a little bit. Wants to come down and have another little conference. Yep, signals he is holding 2, but just probably wants to see what happens in neighbouring rinks.
Yeah, good start by Simon. Only a
He's
new
put it
bowler.
away, my bad.
Only a new bowler, Simon. I think it's his 4th season, maybe 3rd.
That is very good going to be reaching a Premier Division Grand Final.
I
Brett
do
Spur waves it away.
I do not think you will see anyone practice more than what Simon practices.
Camera work's coming through pretty good to us here, Robert, so maybe check your internet where you are.
We have moved the cameras over a rink. Obviously the score is the Maddie Allbred Peck rink, which we were streaming. That one's finished, so we've shifted it over to the Curtis Hanley Dame McKinnon rink, which is the game we're currently watching now.
Currently 20 apiece.
There's an umpire on the green in the next rink over. I think Melbourne have taken a bowl out, so I think they're measuring for second. Simon again, great lead bowling. Superb. Superb. He's a bit upset with himself that he's opened the target, but very good bowls. Yeah, that's what I saw. He's got his hands on his head. Great ball by Daniel. But I can see Simon was upset. He just give him a bit of a target to play with. Again, terrific lead bowling. We just watched it in the game we streamed. Ange Cardamone Reid trying to have 2 to Melbourne on the rink next to us, so they take a 7 lead with 4 to go. (77-70) after 80 ends. Melbourne holding 1 on the far rink, but Dogger Nathan Wilson's got 2 bowls to come. So with him there, who knows what can happen.
Plenty of room to draw it too.
He's a good bowler, a good bloke, and a good character to have around the game as well as Dogger.
We saw him only moments ago laying down on the green as his own bowl came in.
Yeah, he's missed with a... I think he was trying to kill it. Or he's trying to get rid of Cactus's bowl, actually, because I can see there's a few Altona bowls there. So Cactus will want to give that pink one a friend of his. So 4 ends to go overall here. This is the last end on the Dane McKinnon Curtis Hanley rink, and we've moved the cameras over to watch this. Ray McKay coming down with his second. He's the second for Melbourne. Yeah, it's good. Puts 1 behind.
We won't be able to move cameras much further, to be honest, to get over to what is currently got the most bowls left, which is the Ben Fern versus Nathan Wilson rink.
We can talk through it.
Certainly talk through it.
I might leave you to talk through the final.
Yes, it's a hard battle
Cactus
for you.
bowls an absolute bomb on the far rink. Front hopper right on the side of the rink.
So that puts the pressure back on Dogger, Nathan Wilson. Comes the familiar sidestep run down the green. Jared Boyd stalks it.
It's a funny character, is Spark. I once got him so fired up in a trial end. Bryce with a ripper.
Trails the jack through.
I once got Spark so fired up in the first trial end that he chased his last bowl down of the second trial end and cheered it. Played second to him. Oh, with him leading, it was good fun.
So Jesse Turnbull just asking number of ends overall left. There are 4. So Nathan Wilson, Ben Fern are actually just about to finish their end. The Dogger's got 1 bowl to play.
And there'll be 1 end left on that.
One end left on the other 2 as well.
Brett Spurrer, Brett Foley, and then this is the last end in this, D-Mac and Curtis Hanley. Ray's gone big on the drive.
Oh,
Ooh.
didn't look like he liked it out of the hand. Actually turned around, but
I don't know if someone said something behind him, but he did have a quick turnaround.
could have been.
Gets contact but doesn't get a result. So that'll be Melbourne holding 2 there. Simons is the blue, Rays is the lighter green behind.
Nathan Wilson just collects a front bowl. So that'll be at least 1 to Melbourne, at least 2 to Melbourne.
2 to Melbourne. 9 with 3 to play, 1 on each rink. I'm not going to jinx it, Tone, but I'm pretty sure this was very similar to the Bundora Clayton game last week.
Yes, I don't want to talk about it.
So 3 ends to play overall, 1 on each rink. Melbourne leading by 9, 79 to 70.
So Ben Fern leading Nathan Wilson 24-15. Brett Spur leading Brett Foley 17-15, and we're 20 apiece here with Dane McKinnon, Curtis Hanley. Of course, the rink that has finished already is Matty Alal and Bradley Peck. They had a great match all day. A 2-shot margin to Bradley Peck, which means current score 79-70 in favour of Melbourne, with all 3 ends, all 3 remaining rinks on their last end, I should say.
Ray, just runs into a shorter bowl. It's Melbourne holding a couple here.
Skipper's bowls to come.
Melbourne holding 3 actually.
Curtis Hanley, the boy from, is it Dogamaloose or Catamatoid? I can never tell.
Catamatoid.
Catamatoid. I thought it was Dogamaloose.
His mum drove down today, Justine.
Justine Stokes, yes. They come down good couple of hours in the car.
Yeah. Kane, his brother, playing over on Benny Fern's rink. Tedders with a great bowl on the rink next to it. Pumps a ball that was on the jack of Altona. Jack spits out to the back. So a lot of room, but Melbourne holding 1 there. Curtis drawing in here. Thumper puts it in a good home.
Little jogging on the spot, trying to keep a little warm here.
It is pretty cold.
This match been going now for 4 and a bit hours.
Jeez. I didn't even notice the time.
Well, it's been such a good match. It really has. I mean, Melbourne out in front early, not by a long way, but out in front. Then Altona had a great little purple patch in the middle. We found ourselves level after 60-odd ends, and it's been neck and neck ever since. Melbourne with just a slight margin now.
I think, what, Altona get out at one stage, 9 or 12? It's a very seesawing game. D-Max going the drive here, I think. Oh, no, he's not. His delivery fools me every time.
He's got you a couple of times with that,
Yeah,
hasn't
it's twice now. I'll have him after for that. He needs to grab something. Does.
Great bowl, Dane McKinnon.
Yeah.
Corey Wedlock is watching, Jimmy. Arguably in the best form in the country. Of a non-Victorian, I will add. Very, very good player.
Goes all right at this venue too.
Certainly does. Certainly does. Goes all right everywhere, in fact.
So we can't tilt the camera because we've had to move it from another rink. But there are 2 bowls just under where our screen is, which is one of Curtis Hanley, one of Dane McKinnon. From my angle, it's one to Curtis, but it could be different over there.
For those who've just joined us, we were streaming the Matty Alal, Bradley Peck rink, but they have finished, so we've moved the cameras over just to try and capture the last few ends of this as Curtis Hanley just disappears into the drink.
Interesting what he's going to do here. Trying to get the attention of one of the players to see if we're holding or we're down.
Curtis using the black bowls, Dave McKinnon using the orange.
Yeah, we can't quite see him on the camera because we've moved over. But it looks like Ray and D-Mac, the third and skip in this rink, are just waiting to see a few more bowls come down. I think there's a bowl to sit Curtis and put him in the pit, and it will bring a couple in. But he probably doesn't want to come under and take his own out and give the shot away if he thinks he has shot. It's hard for us to tell from here. I think Melbourne holding one on the rink next door with one bowl of Brett Spur and Brett Foley to come. Axel just drawing a bit short with his last one. Again, a funny angle. And then over on the other rink, it's a very tight head, but I can sort of see a green bowl sticking out close to the jack, and that is a Barry McGregor's of Melbourne. Alan Nudi's in this rink, so he's the second. He's the two light green bowls. Nudi's Ray McKay. Shake hands here. I don't know who's got shot though. No one's giving me any of that. D-Mac draws shot. Spurry draws shot on the other rink.
So they shake hands on the Dave McKinnon Curtis Hanley rink. We'll just bring you that final score. Before that score goes up, there's 2 to Melbourne.
No, 2 to Altona.
2 to Altona. So Bryce had 2 fingers up, just to confuse the Bestoingers out of me, which isn't that difficult these days.
I know it was 2 to Melbourne.
Was
surely.
2 to Melbourne? No, Jimmy's confusing me.
Surely not.
Don't quite understand how that was 2 to Melbourne.
Surely not. Tony, I'm going to leave you to call the end of this game, I think. I'm going to go and have a better look over the side.
If you can, just check on that score to make sure that it's the right one.
No, it was the right way. They're all signaling. Yeah, 2 to Altona.
Yep. So they just.
So I'll put it on right, the big board.
Yep. So that'll be
7 in it.
72 to 79.
All right, well, thanks.
Thank you, Jimmy.
For joining us. Appreciate it.
Enjoy. We will stick with the coverage. Don't go anywhere, anybody. But, Jimmy is just going to go over there and give us some hand signals as to what's going on. So we have 2 rinks still playing and a lot of waiting. Just depending on what happens on one rink, we'll give them the opportunity on the other rink and give them a little bit more surety as to which shot to play. Looks to me like there's skippers bowls from both teams still to come on the Nathan Wilson Ben Fern rink. Brett Foley has one in his hand. I can see 2 orange bowls down there. So Brett Foley has the last bowl on the Brett Spur Brett Foley rink. And a forehand draw. D's 7 shots up. Looks to be a little wide. Takes a little walk and gets through. I don't know whether it got up for shot though. So they shake hands. So in any case, it's one shot to Melbourne, which for those playing at home means it is 8 shots the difference. Ben Fern, Nathan Wilson still with 2 bowls each to come. So the situation is pretty simple. Altona needs all 8 to force extra ends. It's going to be a tough ask with the head in the state it's in. So presumably the play for Nathan Wilson will be to try and disturb the head a little and kill the end and start again. Okay, Nathan Dogger Wilson on the drive. And there's a bit of a mess. I would imagine that's not going to be enough. Ben Fern just asking, what's my play here? Just stop the kill, which is, of course, the best play. So he's trying to just put a little blocker in to stop any option of getting to the jack. Jack actually sits in front of an orange bowl. Not sure how well we can see that from the side, but so can still get at it. Somebody as good as Nathan Wilson can get at it. Score largely irrelevant at this time. 24-15, the Ben Fern rink leads. But given there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowls at least taken out of play, the only option really is to kill it. If you can manage to do it, then we'll all be back out for extra ends. If not, Melbourne will be the victors in the 2020-21 Premier Division Grand Final. For an ordinary person, their heart will be going a million miles an hour. I don't think Nathan Wilson is too bothered. Just turning around, talking to the crowd. Lines up, gets it away. Half pace. Tracking it. Oh, just misses, and the boys will shake hands. That will be a victory on that rink to Ben Fern with his teammates. RJ Bywaters leading for Barry McGregor second, Kane Hanley as 3, and Benny Fern as skip. They will take a victory in that final rink. The players all shake hands in very good spirits. We'll catch up with that final score in just a second when they update it. So just repeating the scores from today. Bradley Peck, Liam Garlick-Adams, Jason Sutcliffe and Reed Chanter from Altona get up in a rink over Mattia Lull, Tommy T-Bone Lester, Sean Ingham and Angelo Cardamone. Dane McKinnon has a narrow victory with Raymond Coulter, Shane Herring and Daniel Joyce. They get up over Curtis Hanley, Bryce Young, Raymond McKay and Simon Cannington. That was 22-20. And Brett Spur from Melbourne with Paul Titcombe as 3, Matty Young as 2nd and Jared Boyd leading. They have a win 18-15 over the rink of Brett Foley, Rick Orchard, Dean Wannicky and Colin Davis. And in the rink that's just finished, we haven't got final scores on it yet, but it was a victory to Benny Fern with Kane Hanley, Barry McGregor, RJ Bywaters, as I said. They've defeated the rink of Nathan Wilson, Benny Lachlan, Neil Paddy and Leonard Kellis. So the margin is slightly more than 8 shots to Melbourne. They start to celebrate in the middle of the green, getting ready to sing their song. It's been an absolutely brilliant match. We've seen Melbourne get out to an early lead. Altona pegged them back. And then Altona just skip away at the end after scores were level 3/4 of the way through this match. All the Altona players consoling each other, shaking hands. They've played very well. They should hold their heads very high today. A terrific club, terrific performance. And here we go to the Melbourne theme song. 3 cheers for Altona from the Melbourne boys. as we wait for the song. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes it here. Can I thank you very much? If they stop singing, the boys are obviously pretty happy. There we go, the boys from the Melbourne Bowling Club, victors in the 2020-21 Premier Division season for Bowls Victoria. Can I thank everybody for listening and watching? Can I thank Dandenong Club for hosting us today and their beautiful sponsorship of the live stream? To our umpires, Doug Warlow, Bob Carlson, and indeed to all the Bowls Victoria staff for putting today together. A fantastic effort. The victory in the end goes to Melbourne, 80-74. Congratulations, Altona. Congratulations, Melbourne. We will see you all again very soon.